Yep, there it is. Thank you.
No problem.
Uh-oh.
One day I'm gonna get a cool frame here. I've got ideas, I just didn't have the timer G to do it, I suppose.
Yeah. That's fair.
While I love the word timer G, I thought you were going to say the time or Jesus to do it.
I had no time or Jesus to perform any of the tasks I was given.
Also, Cole, please never change your Discord or Roll20 avatars. Like, it would traumatize me if you did.
That's also my work avatar. So
Excellent.
it's really great because I had a interview with the VP, and there she is in her nice jacket and business suit, and then here's a screaming cat, right next to each other in the Skype call.
Refurb. Cole, do you need the ping for my token, or?
Feck should have you set up. I think if you just drag your character sheet onto this, it should work. So I'll test it out.
So it does.
It's a cat, Joe.
I'm your buddy Stillman, and I'm bad at Roll20.
Where are you streaming from?
I forgot that I muted myself.
What do you mean where I'm streaming from? My house?
Oh, like where are you streaming?
Twitch.tv/Anthropology.
All right, perfect. I already have it auto-hosting.
Sweet.
I don't know what that means. I'm new at Twitch.
Hello,
Twitch.com.
It should be when I'm offline, it'll automatically broadcast another stream there.
Yeah, his viewers will watch us when he's offline.
Cool. Neat. Wow. I am just cleaning a couple of things up, and we'll be good.
Don't look at me. I'm ugly.
No, you're not. Only on the inside.
Hey.
Ow!
Wait.
Bert's going to come over here and punch Lotigan in the shins and say, "This is what your wife should have done to you."
All right, so
she did worse. It's okay.
So just to kind of catch up, I gave the first group the full spiel about the world and what you're doing. But to kind of get everyone caught up from the canonical roleplay, you have been assigned to Operation Lighthouse, which is the initial landing mission for the Ark. So right now you're all packed in a very cramped, uncomfortable, very narrow boat that's going about 8 times faster than the Ark sluggish pace. So it's gonna get to the island fairly quickly. But all of you are just kind of crammed in there, along with some miscellaneous people, an entire van, and then miscellaneous building materials and such like that. So while I get a couple things set up, why don't you reintroduce your characters, talk a little bit, and do a little internal roleplay, and see how this terrible several-hour journey crammed into a speedboat treats you.
Specific question to you: were we on task 2 of that missive/summons that we got?
So you'll get that once you land. So Exo Browning's not with. He's left a radio with you and says that he'll radio in a reminder once you land. You're one of 3 landing parties.
Mhm.
Uh,
Do we have
but
another dude?
so what?
Do we get another dude?
Not commanding you now.
Okay. We're autonomous.
Yeah, but generally you're for out of character purposes, you're doing number 1. If it helps. You're gonna be scouting out a AAT assignment, which is just a little encampment that's a couple miles out of the landing zone. Since it's a little bit further than expected, you're getting the van deployed with you, so you'll be able to take that where you're going.
Oh, we have a van.
Yeah. So what kind of boat do we have that has space for a van in it?
It's like a little carrier kind of thing. It's still not fast as far as like boats go, but it's carrying enough of your personnel and enough supplies and everything, so that way you're going to be able to dump it off at the shore and then carry it. Alternate answer: a cool boat.
Here's a question: who's driving?
Well, it's not just
Can anyone drive this thing?
it's not just you guys. There are a couple of people kind of milling about. Most of them are just kind of like workers, like general laborers that you may or may not have met. There is, yeah, that's about what you got. Someone is driving it though, and it's not one of you.
Oh, thank goodness.
That is probably for the best.
Yeah, because Whittick is definitely immediately getting a little seasick over the side.
Yeah, it's definitely not comfortable. It's a mostly covered boat, but you can kind of get up on deck. But either way, it's not great. You're just kind of crammed in this little sardine can with about 10 other people, and then all your shit. And you're in there. There's nowhere really to sit down or lie down very easily for about 6 hours. It's not comfortable.
Yeah, it's not. Is the ceiling tall enough for you to stand at full height even?
Yeah. I mean, it's
Pretty cool.
yeah. I mean, it's a little kind of cargo thing. So you can stand up for sure, but it's just not a comfortable thing. This thing was obviously repurposed from something else, like a little cargo ship kind of thing, in order to carry you guys.
Oh wait, so it's like a closed boat. We're inside something.
Yeah, but you can kind of get up on deck a little bit.
Okay.
I like how I offer you guys to introduce yourselves to talk about your characters, and you talk about the fucking boat for like 10 minutes.
We are deeply
Sorry,
concerned about
we
this.
just-
It's okay.
Yeah, we just want to know how we're doing.
No, it's good, and I'm glad that we're here.
I apologize for being interested in the world that you are creating. I'll be sure not to do
We got
that.
the. How dare you enjoy the theater of the mind that I've crafted?
Fuck us, we're only the actors.
No, I did tell the other group, half jokingly, that if you're here for wild adventures and great storytelling, and wonderful art and map making, there's Crosswinds on Wednesday and Iron Dragon Trail on Sunday. But in the meantime, we're here. I'm a very off the cuff kind of DM. I'm still learning Pathfinder 2, so it's going to be a little weird. But we'll get it going.
Oh yeah.
Right
Who goes
on.
first?
So you said that there's not really anywhere to lay, but if people look in the windows of the van, like there would be this like dark red kobold like sprawled out in like the back row of seats. Because he's gonna make the best out of being the in quotes vehicle expert.
Just the perks of being the van main.
So Roderick is, about as frustrated as one might be able to guess he's capable of being. Arms folded, crossed, shoulders hunched in a corner, looking like every single wrinkle to his clothes is an affront upon his person. He doesn't like the cramped space, not in the slightest.
What is he? What's he look like?
So Roderick is probably about 5'9", 5'10". He's definitely a vulpine Kenio, or one of the canine race. For those who don't know what the hell a Kenio is, a mixture of dark gray and black fur with mottled orange accents his face, and he has taken that coloring to his outfit as well. Mostly black clothes with orange accents. And a dapper little bowler cap right on top of his head. And pretty much the most important thing that he might say along this travel is, quote, "This is easily one of the most vexatious travel arrangements I've had since I was sent through the mail."
If that doesn't ask questions, nothing will.
So
Be a
cool.
company to still do that.
So you mentioned there was a part that was like a little bit like an upper deck or something that's a little bit open to the air.
Not much of one. It's basically where the pilot or the captain of the boat's at. And there's just a little bit where you can kind of like get up and move around, but only like 2 people will fit up there. So it's very prime space.
Currently, that's probably what the pilot and Whittick vomiting over the side.
Thereabouts. Yeah.
Yeah.
No one wants that in the boat. So
I guess if we're done describing Roderick, I could give Whittick a shot.
Go on.
So, Whittick, who is currently vomiting over the side of the boat, is sort of a brownish, grayish, orangish coyote fella, also a Kenio. And he's here not entirely by choice, but figures, these people could use someone who's real good with their hands. He's real good with their hands. He likes making stuff. Does not like boats. He's never been on a boat before. And as far as what he's wearing, he's got just sort of a light hoodie with the sleeves rolled up about halfway and some sort of working jeans.
okay, and is definitely losing lunch and breakfast over the side of the It sounds.
Yeah, he's not too big and he doesn't weigh too much to begin with, and he's already like probably down about 0.5% body weight. It's not good. It's not pretty.
I could go next.
Sure.
Do it.
Okay, so Glenn is probably kind of leaning against one of the walls of the boat, and I think probably humming or something a bit under his breath. Seems to be in pretty good spirits. So Glenn is a satyr, which is probably a bit unusual for the rest of you to see outside of the wilds. Looks to be a man in about his mid-30s. His clothing's a bit different from the other characters. Probably it's a bit cruder. He wears like kind of a rough vest with some pockets on it and is otherwise bare-chested. He's got kind of a wrap going on around his legs and waist and stuff. The stitching's pretty rough. At a guess, you could probably figure he might have made them himself. He's got a very robust kind of build, but yeah, like I said, seems to be in good spirits. Probably looking forward to landing. I think he might be making light conversation with anybody nearby that's amenable.
Which, considering Whittick's condition, is going to be Dr. Burt, if I can go next.
Sure.
Yeah, I hate to butt in, Frisk. I know you're up, but so Burt's the doctor. He's half-sized. Like he's less than 3 feet tall, so he's not a super tall guy kind of guy. Dressed in a crisp white shirt, black leather apron, Probably doesn't have his his. I see y'all. I said that on purpose. Probably doesn't have his surgical sleeves on, but you've seen them when he's doing exams and whatnot. So leather sleeves that go from his wrist to his shoulder, basically, similar to his apron. But he is going to be talking with Glenn because he and Glenn know each other quite well from 6 months. Because Bert, Dr. Shack, knows that Glenn knows his various concoctions. And so he's going to be asking if there's any antiemetics that we can get for poor young Wittick while we're here.
And Glenn's probably gonna look and see what he's got on hand. Actually, can I make any sort of a
You've got a medical kit, I'm sure. That is the thing that you bought, or one of you bought.
I definitely have one.
Do me a crafting herbalism or medicine, whichever is going to be better for you.
I'm
for me.
Well, that'd be I mean, whichever one of you want to do it, really.
like a competition of it?
I would defer to Androck, to Glenn for this particular role. But is there an aid bonus in Pathfinder?
I think it's +2. I'm pretty sure it's +2. That's how I've been rolling it until I find out different.
Okay, so roll your check and make a +2.
Sure.
Okay. It takes you a little bit. You've got a couple of things on hand that you packed along with you. You're able to make boat Pepto pretty much. It tastes vile for sure, but it'll definitely calm him down a little bit.
So I'm small. I fit in places. I'm going to take it up to Wittick.
Yeah, Glenn will pretty happily hand that over.
Pat on his leg because I can't reach his shoulders.
Oh, hey there, Doc.
Drink this. Don't worry about it.
I'll take anything you give me right now, just as long as it doesn't make this worse.
There's not a lot worse to get from where you're at. So drink this. Less talk and more drinking. Come on.
He definitely just gulps it down like a frat kid doing a shot.
It does taste about like dirt and asshole. But you do feel a lot better afterward, even if there's that weird like kind of minty, like chalky taste afterward. But it definitely does the job.
Does he know specifically what asshole tastes like?
It's up to him. So how's Mr. Lodigan doing?
Lodigan, who arrived on this ship, or on the Ark at least, tall, imposing, but friendly, covered in dark fur and gold, sporting sharp, pointy teeth, slit pupils, and a forked tongue. The only one who knows that he's meant to be human is probably Dr. Shax, who gave him a checkup. It's because the checklist said human on it. He'd note that for someone so muscular, he had a very low body weight index.
BMI?
Yeah. Or at least, like, he was underweight for his muscle class. And that he smells weirdly of clove and iron. He walked around confidently for a while. But when we were told to enter the cabins, things changed. He looked kind of sick. He looked kind of feverish. And recently, he's been taking trips outside, not vomiting, going back inside and curling up in the corner, arms wrapped around himself, and like shivering. So every now and then he'd see Wittig out there, who looks a little worse for wear. He'd take a broom and just very deftly kind of just pet him on the back with it from a distance. It's like, there, Wittig. Better out than in.
What a pal.
Then he'd put the broom back and then go to his corner and shiver some more. Claw his sleeves a little. He's finally dressed. By which, like, I don't know if it's more expensive. Like,
Are you standing in a corner with Roderick harumphing together?
no, he's not harumphing. He seems to be. He doesn't seem to complain a lot, but he does show like discomfort. He just doesn't really bring it up. When someone talks to him, he talks about how they feel and how they're doing, how long it will take until we get to the shore, and if anyone wants some wine, which he's been taking a sip off every now and then.
Roderick's gonna, Roderick is absolutely harumphing, but he tries to keep too many complaints to himself. Though seeing just how much Lodigan is shivering, uh, Roderick is going to just pick up an errant piece of, I don't know, a rock, I guess. Like,
Bashes him on the head with it.
yeah. And I wish to claim all of his loot and level up before everyone else. No, he's going to pick it up, concentrate, and mumble some words of arcane nature. After which point, I'm casting Prestidigitation to warm this one small piece of junk and pass it to Lodigan.
He kind of like looks up, cocks an ear to the side, like, "What's this?" He accepts it. Oh, a rock! Thank you. I've always wanted one.
It's a bit of a gift in order to keep you from shivering so much.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm not cold. I do appreciate it though. You
If cold,
you
doesn't
just
mean
you
you'll get
use magic, right? He just waves the rock, realizing that like this is presto. This is a spell I have.
that would be correct. A very astute observation.
You don't feel anything.
I'm sorry?
You've got magic in you, don't you?
That I do, yes.
A little while ago, we you felt that, right? Like electricity.
Roderick kind of pauses for a second and his face gets really somber and he just. It was like every single piece of blood in me was on fire.
It's still going, he says. It's like growing pains. I feel tight everywhere.
Quite the vexation for sure.
Indubitably. Sorry, I can only understand 50% of the things you're saying. I'm not a learned man.
You do well enough. There is a lot of nuance to the nuisance that is my particular diction. I'm aware.
Yes, I think. Thank you for the rock.
So it's about this time that you kind of hear just this deep grinding noise. The ship kind of lurches a little bit. And Wick, you look up, and you see glorious, glorious land. As you've kind of beached yourself in here.
Oh, good heavens! Now I'm hallucinating.
Oh, you feel that?
Ignore these guys; they're not there.
They're dead now.
They're
Fuck
dead.
those guys.
It is us. We are Team B. We're here now.
How violently does the ship lurch?
Pretty bad.
Team B for team best.
It's enough to like you can feel the like the suspension of your van kind of shudder and shake a little bit as it's braked in place. It didn't like that.
Like there's a loud swear as he falls out of the bench, like
Oh, yeah.
just heard from the van.
But it takes a couple of minutes. But then your pilot's like, land ho. We're here.
I appreciate the approbation, but a forewarning would have been much appreciated.
Okay, I'll try to remember that next time.
You're good, Ensign Williams. Don't worry
What's this
about
about, host?
It's all right, pal. You're trying your best down there.
Thanks, I really appreciate it. Like this is like my first time.
It's okay. It's everyone's first
Oh,
time.
I can't tell.
And would you look at that? We're on land. Ish.
Let's get off this ship.
So the beachhead very, very quickly breaks into more like a grassy, like a plains area, and you can see a little bit of a trail, kind of going up. As the front of the boat kind of opens up into a ramp for the van to come out, you can hear kind of a crackling over the long range radio on the van, Mr. Zazik. Also, I'm definitely going to fuck up all of your names at least 4 times.
It's okay.
No, you got it right the first try for Zezik.
The night's still young.
Well, I think Kingdom ended up being Rune by the end of last session.
Moon
what's-
Ass Kingdom.
Yeah, you can kind of hear like a little beep on. So it's one of those things where you kind of have to pick it up and then listen, and then you can respond.
So I'll definitely take some time, like, futzing with the settings, trying to get, like, a clearer picture for it. Well, yeah, I guess I could say clearer picture for it before trying to figure out what it's saying.
Okay. It takes a little bit, but it's not too much fiddle. But from the other end, you hear Officer Brown. It says, "Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hello, hello."
Oh, hey there.
Field Mechanic Zezik
Hello,
reporting in.
hello. Can you hear me? And
Coming through loud and clear.
You hear another voice like, "Oh, you actually have to let go of the button for them to
I was about to.
He says hello a couple more times before finally letting you go. He says, "Oh, Zezik, great. Perfect. So we're just about to make landfall here. You should have landed by now. Have you landed by now? You've landed by now, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a smooth landing.
Perfect. Can everyone hear me? Everyone hear me fine? Everyone hear me on the other side?
Loud and
Can we
clear,
sing
pal.
yes?
Great. Awesome. Great. So unfortunately, I'm not there to lead you to glory and victory. But let's do a little leading by proxy. Can you confirm the objectives for Operation Lighthouse? Anyone know? No
I
one.
do believe that our goals are to set up encampment in a way that would be satisfactory for the beginning of society.
Close enough. We're you in particular will be doing some recon on a nearby AET assignment. That's 8 Gar exploration team, I believe. It's not team at all. So, if you do locate any personnel there, and then the encampment should be, I would say probably about 30 miles north of your location. You've been dispatched a Hollow 1998 van for this purposes, so you won't have to make the trek on foot, of course. But your objective is to get there and then relocate to our position. Once I'm here, I'll be able to set off a flare gun on my person, and you'll be able to zero in right on where you need to go. Just to recap, you'll need to go to the installation, check it out there, and if anyone's there, bring them back with. Do I make myself clear?
Loud and clear.
Perfect. Who was the last person to talk to? Great, you're the team leader. I don't really care. Good luck. Try not to die. Anyhow.
Kobold for team lead. Got it.
Thanks for remembering to unpress the button this time, pal.
Oh, of course. And as you can kind of hear some clanking, and he doesn't unpress the button. It's stuck on there, and it's just getting static until you change the station.
Well, we'll just have to deal with that for a while then.
Well, if nothing else, after 6 months on that ship, it's a miracle to be back on solid ground.
It feels real good.
Doesn't it feel great?
It's strangely a little bit familiar. Like the grass sure does seem like grass. The trees sure seem like trees. You'd think that after going through a massive arcane portal that things would be a little more alien. But things seem fairly normal so far.
Absolutely gonna grab a leaf and take a look at it.
This sand just looks like sand.
This floor is made out of.
This floor is made out of beach.
There's something to be said for that, isn't there? No matter where you go, there you are.
Mr. Ravenscar. Mr. Ravenscar, save me some time. How does it taste?
He just dabs a little in his tongue. Gritty.
Why is it that both groups had one motherfucker that gets off the boat and the first thing they do is eat the earth?
I explore everything like a toddler does.
Give me a nature check, Shaq.
But how about Lodigan?
Nature check.
Shaq. That'd be Shaq. Not that.
Okay, cool. But I tasted the sand.
It tastes like every sand that you've had since your childhood.
Just like home.
So
I would actually like to make a somewhat more thorough search of the area using this thing that I have.
Sure. Perfect. Okay, let me get back to that for just a second.
Yep.
So I'm not a treeologist, and I'm definitely not going to go look up a random tree thing. But this is, as far as you can tell, Shaq, the exact same kind of breed of trees that you would see all over the place back home.
Okay.
Like a very common, like a oak, or just very common tree.
Yeah, something that I don't need to make diagrams of because we have those back home.
Right, it's just a very ubiquitous. You have those back home. It does strike you as a little odd that you'd be 6 months away from home, and then here's this exact same tree. You'd think that there'd be some kind of change along the way, but it's the exact same tree.
Fair enough.
So let's see here. Attempt a survival check against the DC determined by the GM. So let's get that survival check in, Mr. Glenn.
All right.
Okay. So you kind of come to the same conclusion as Shaq does, that it is definitely a little odd that at least your initial examination of the ecology in this area is so similar. But there are some differences. It would probably take a lot more thorough sciencing to get the exact bit. But there are some unfamiliar bits of hair and bone around, some things that you don't quite recognize. Tracks don't quite look like what you would think that they look like. So there's definitely a lot of fauna that you don't recognize. Or they're close enough to what you think they are, but just something's a little bit different. The weight's distributed a little bit different, or there's a little bit more of a drag, things like that.
Interesting.
Gentlemen, there is a bit of an experiment I wish to conduct, and I must say that I have absolutely no idea how it's going to go.
I am not sure I like the sound of that.
That's the
I just
best
wanna-
way for experiments to begin. Tell us.
I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
Perfect. All right, so detect magic works a little bit different in Pathfinder 2. Tell us the deed.
So it's a cantrip, thank fuck. You send out a pulse that registers the presence of magic. You receive no information beyond the presence or absence of magic. You can choose to ignore magic you're fully aware of, such as a magic item and ongoing spells of you or your allies. You detect illusion magic only if that magic's effect has been lower than the level of my detect magic. However, items that have an illusion aura but aren't deceptive in appearance, such as an invisibility potion, are detected as normal.
Okay. So the big difference is that it's a binary yes or no. It's not like yes, this item is magic. There's magic within this 30-foot radius.
Correct. Though at heightened levels, then I would be able to do things such as
Yeah. Kind of pinpoint it down and do cool shit. So you get an interesting response. Notably, importantly, this is like something that you used to have to really like strain to do back home. It comes just almost as naturally as breathing here. So you get a really interesting response. So it's just like yes, except quiet, and then yes, quiet, and then no. It's almost like you kind of recalibrated yourself after a minute.
Well, the good news is that I still have vision. I half expected to go blind, but the magic here is not as thorough as one might have anticipated.
You definitely get
Though-
the feeling that it's kind of permeating the area, but after it's kind of the same feeling as like when you walk from a dark room into a normally lit room. Like everything's just kind of really bright for a second, and then you get over your hangover, and then everything's okay.
Right. Though, with the comment of normally this is a lot more difficult, I like to think that he just did the magical equivalent of like taking a squat to lift a really heavy object, and then it ends up being made completely out of styrofoam.
Yeah, absolutely.
I take it you felt the same thing when we crossed over. It's like nothing I've ever known.
I'm hoping that the burning sensation goes away eventually.
I think the good doctor might have something for that.
For once, I have not chosen my words wisely.
He made me something real good on the trip over here. I don't know if you can taste the magic.
I'm not going to take any credit for that. I don't take credit for other people's works. Thank Master Glenn there.
It was nothing, simply some odds and ends I had on hand.
It tasted kind of like ass, though.
I'd like some. No, I feel weird. I've been feeling weird since we got here. And those who have seen him before, he actually does look kind of different. Like, when you saw him, he had these 3 scars over one eye. Those 3 scars are glowing now.
Oh, of course. One moment. Dr. Shackleton, do you make anything of it?
Oh, let's see. Can I make an occultism roll on this one? Because that's, or would you like medicine instead?
And I'd like to help if applicable.
Yeah. So we just looked up help you roll. So to aid, it's a DC 20 to aid, and it's a +1. So if you want to help, go ahead and roll your help you roll. And generally, what I'll do in instances like this, if you're both the equal amount of training, I'll just use whoever got higher.
Okay. What am I rolling?
Shit, is arcane a thing or is it just occultism?
Arcana is the thing.
Let's do
Yeah,
it. Let's do
Arcana,
it.
occultism.
Yeah,
There's Arcana and occultism.
Yeah, so occultism is going to be more like ancient philosophies and like supernatural creatures, like the Fae and things like that. And weird like magical law and stuff like that. Well, Arcana is going to be more of the science behind things.
I think, in fact, that is actually a really good way to look at them.
Okay, I don't have either of those, but I have medicine and I use nature to treat wounds.
Okay, I'm cool with an assist on that. Okay, and Jack, do you have? Okay. You're not really able to discern what's wrong with Laudigan, at least from a quick glance. It's probably going to take a little more getting used to, or at least more of a thorough examination.
Well, for now, take this. If there's any pain, should help a little bit.
Thanks, Doc.
That's what I'm here for.
All right, so the rest of the group that that you came with, kind of work around to start help setting up like a base camp kind of deal. And just kind of getting like soil samples and doing basic things around. So that leaves the 6 of you to head out whenever you're ready.
Young Master Brezik, how is the van?
A bit dinged up from the ride, but I think she'll drive.
Can you do me better than you think she'll drive?
He turns the key in the ignition and the engine lights up. How's that for you?
It's a start. Let's go.
So, just to talk a little bit about the tech level here. So I brought up earlier that it's kind of like 1940s Legend of Korra, Final Fantasy VII kind of deal. There are definitely Magitech vehicles and such like this. In the case of the van, and there's a couple characters that have like smaller personal like motorcycles or motorized bikes and things like that. They're essentially a mix of alchemy and just Magitech. So just kind of a weird little combustion thing. Generally it'll run for a certain point, but then it needs to be recharged like a Tesla kind of deal. So with that, you guys pile into your van. Why don't you describe your van while I pull up a couple of things here? What's the inside of your ride look like?
So it definitely looks like a van that was owned by one or many kobolds. Like there's like dents in the ceiling of it where like horns would have dinged it. Like some of the interior is kind of scratched up, and it smells a bit funky, as if something was burning at one point.
I mean the best when I ask this. Is there a cool wizard painted on the side?
There is no cool wizard painted on the side. Like it's kind of just a solid color, like a dingy. No, it's not camo.
There's no cool wizard painted on the side yet.
Trying to figure out its shape. Would it be like
It like Mystery Machine.
like actual Mystery Machine?
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, like it's definitely not anything that.
Wait, where was that one that you sent before? I really liked that.
Oh
like
shoot.
the shape of that like teal van you posted.
Yeah.
Like I really like the shape of that one, and I'd like it to be like that.
Shoot. Let me try to find it. But in the meantime, go ahead and continue your.
Where most of the modifications are you would see like in the driver's seat, like there's little stilts for him to be able to use the brakes, the accelerator. There's like a booster seat, but if you ever call it a booster seat, he might pull his gun on you.
Well, nobody else is saying anything, so Shaq's gonna take shotgun. Yes.
Wittick's a little bit in awe. He's gonna go up and just be like, "Oh, wow! I ain't never been in one of these things before. How'd you get it?"
A few of the Warren, we're trying to make a new home for ourselves, so we all pitched in for a van. Like, this thing's been in my Warren for many years. Probably due for a tune-up sometime soon.
How does one tune it up? What does it run on exactly?
So is it like a Magitech battery, or is there actual fuel?
It's essentially a Magitech battery that you have to recharge at certain intervals. Generally speaking, there's like refueling stations back home that you'd set up, and you'd assume that there's some out and about on the island. But as you don't really have any setup in this area, once you run out of juice on this thing, it's kind of going to be dead in the water. So you don't want to be getting lost too much.
Oh boy. How long have we got? How many miles?
I feel like I know how much I can get off of one battery.
Yeah, definitely. You're going to be able to shit, I'd have to do the math for you. But you've definitely got enough to like get to where you're going here, and then go back like twice. So there's no risk of you running short on juice.
Okay, goodness. Good.
Yeah, as long as we
100
don't dilly-dally.
Yeah, come on, everyone, get in. Let's go. I want to see how this baby drives.
Onward to adventure. Oh, hold on. What's its interior space like?
Like I described, it's definitely well worn. Like, it's not anything fancy. It's
Do you like the masterful rendition of a car I've put in here? It's
yes, I like the car. Thank you.
it's just you can't see the wheels because they're underneath.
Oh, is this a blue rectangle that we're piling in?
I don't actually know how big it is, so I assume this is
So
not right.
the two small characters are up in the two front seats, and every the how many have we got? The four others have to like kind of squeeze a pile into the back.
So Lonigan reaches outward, sort of to the side, grasps at the air, and just a halberd is there. And he's like, "Yeah, okay, I need to figure out how to fit this in there."
We can strap it to the roof.
Are you sure it'll be okay up there?
I'm pretty sure.
You're the boss. He kind of puts it on top, sees if there's anything to tie it down with.
Sorry, bear with me. I'm frantically shitposting.
It's okay. We went from a tight boat to a tight car. This is great.
Well,
Gee, Doc, why
maybe
do
you
you
should
get
have
all-
thought of that before you got so tall.
Yeah, gee,
We can
Doc,
fit,
why
like-
do you get all the leg room?
It's because I've got all these legs.
Two, like the rest of us.
You have two of them, and they're probably about a foot tall at most.
Well, if it was a foot, it wouldn't be a leg. That's a joke.
Ah, you crack me up.
You see, you gotta observe the rules of shotgun. If you want to ride in the front, you gotta say it first.
or
This
you
is
gotta
actually
open the
not
door and climb into
very
it.
bad. Just
And
get
you were
in.
all just going, "Ooh, paint job."
And it's even not a good paint job. It's like a dingy green.
Hey, it's camo. I guess if we're going into a jungle, we are going into a jungle, aren't we?
I posted the best thing that I could in music and art.
Checking it out.
Amazing.
I love it.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, it's beautiful.
No, Cole, you have to remember there's a booster seat. He can see above.
Oh, well, I'm not that good at Photoshop.
Nope, it's canon now.
Shaq can't see.
Yeah, you can see his eyes sticking up over the dashboard. He is in the booster.
Just a couple of phone books.
I can store my extra opiates in the glove box. It's all good.
Alright,
This
So,
is the
I
stupidest
mean,
shit.
there's already a
I
different
love.
kind of medication in the glove box, so don't go digging in there.
so you've landed about. Let's see where you landed. So the previous group landed around here. You've landed about here, and when I said north, I meant north-northwest. So you're going up about here, to where that encampment used to be. So it's going to be a little bit of a drive. It's not too bad since you're in a car. If you were walking, this would definitely be a pain in the ass. But fortunately, the van's going to get you where you need to go. So you kind of dust it off a little bit and hop in and hit the road.
And as you're driving, he does make sure to reach into a compartment, like by where the shifter would be, pull out like a little rectangle and slot it into the radio. And it just starts playing some kind of heinous kobold music with too much drum.
Oh, I'm a radio guy, and I'm a admit I ain't never heard this one.
That's by a few back at the Warren. Like, they handed these mixtapes out to anybody that was standing still, and then would throw them at anybody that tried to walk away.
Interesting.
Oh, this is a mixtape done by someone. One of your friends?
I'd say friend is putting it quite nicely. I was one that had him hucked at my head.
Oh,
I would love to find something that I can play on stream.
this is some
of
aggressive
this-
Spotify linking. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just yeah, it's pretty bad. I'll try to find something to match it a little bit later. But it is pretty grating. So you go from a 6-month journey to a 6-hour boat ride into
6-minute car ride?
No, not at all.
Oh no!
So, well, I'll kind of go over overland stuff a little bit later. But suffice to say, the journey is fairly pleasant. Let me get some perception checks. I'm not too worried about like only 1 or 2 people making checks because the groups are going to be a little bit smaller here. So go ahead and make some stuff. Y'all seen? Oh, geez.
I think you guys got it. I'm busy dealing with
Yeah,
shit.
I think you're good. So you do happen to notice, Roderick, your
Eyes are watering from the cacophony coming from the speaker.
yeah, it hurt. So you do, looking out the window, notice some what kind of look like wolves. Like they're just big brown creatures, just kind of running alongside the road for a second. But they've got these big, almost whiskers, like an Eastern dragon kind of deal, coming from their muzzle. That's kind of following behind. You only see them for a little bit, and then they kind of break off and go do their thing. But they just kind of run along with you. Look like they're chasing something that looks like a deer from a distance, but it's a little hard to tell considering the motion in the distance.
Oh shit! Can I get a sketch down?
Uh,
I have art as a skill.
yeah, I'm gonna say you could do that. I mean, cameras are also a thing.
Right.
I mean,
Do we have cameras with us though? I think the other team had that.
They have like a video camera.
Ooh, who's handling that one?
You'll have to find out.
Uh,
I would definitely drop off like a still shot camera with one of you guys, just for documentation purposes. If somebody wants to take that, I would definitely let you take it under your art skill. I hate to shoehorn photography on you, but
I mean, we need someone who does it.
well, I mean, you can like does that work for you? I don't like I said I don't want to.
but no, it works. I mean,
Okay.
like the whole thing is like I'm here to be doing detailed, like takes on the flora and fauna.
Well, in a case like this, I think it'd be something where like you snap a picture of it and then later draw it in more detail,
Yes.
just to kind of help you along. You managed to get a couple of shots off. You know that the speed that both of you are going, it's going to be a little bit blurry. But you think that you could probably get something marked down later.
Fantastic. We'll save these plates and develop them when we have time.
We find out that the deer here have slightly longer eyelashes.
So, notably, Zedek, as you're going along, you do hear kind of a thump under the left driver's side wheel, and it kind of starts drifting to the side. The rest of you get a lot less comfortable as the ride starts being getting a lot rougher.
Ah, geez, is that a flat?
There is some like draconic swearing, and it's very colorful as he like pulls off to the side of the road.
Or is it just like a bumpy road? Instead of flat?
I'm going to probably take a guess that there's something in my tire.
Why don't you make
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Stillman, but if I were to repeat what he's swearing, I don't think we could be on Twitch.
We do say fuck a lot. I think
It's been mentioned once or twice.
yeah.
Crude is okay, hateful is not.
Yeah, it's very crude.
What's your favorite wizard swear? I'm a fan of fuck.
So he takes he has like a matching set of bangles, and he takes one off, hands it to Bert, and he clicks the one that he's wearing, and the one he hands to Bert like emits static like a radio sound.
Alrighty.
Perfect. Let me go check on that.
Yeah.
So he like opens his door, like has to almost leap out of the car to get
Importantly,
to the ground.
is the front seat a bench seat or a bucket seats?
It's bucket seats.
All right. Well, there's going to be a hop over to the driver's seat and listening for any further instructions.
Okay. So you hop out. Give me a vehicles check.
Could I hop out too?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna go like watch his back. We did see wolves outside.
Sure.
Make sure he doesn't get attacked while he's doing his thing.
Okay. So it's pretty easy to spot. It just looks like something's kind of kicked loose. It's just going to take you a couple minutes to kind of like bolt that back on. Probably just from it's sitting and not running for a little bit. You just kind of need to hook like the axle back on. I'm not a car guy, so I'm just kind of making some shit up. But you'll be able to kind of get it back in with a little bit of time and elbow grease. That being said, Mr. Laudigan, can you give me a perception check?
Sure thing. Let me preface this by saying I'm terrible.
Good. Well, that's not too bad.
You
It's
did
okay.
So you can definitely see. So you kind of pulled over to the side of the road. Beep. Did that work?
Yeah.
Okay. So you've kind of pulled over to the side of the road here.
I love the van sprite. Thank you.
Thanks, free images. Anyway, so you've pulled over the side of the road here, but you can kind of see something kind of swimming around in this pond, and it's getting a little bit more and more violent, and closer.
Quick question.
Uh-huh.
Would I or any of us be alarmed by the presence of roads?
It's less of a road, more like a dirt path. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just like, oh,
Completely legitimate question. I mean, it's really more like this is like a trail, rather than like a created road.
okay, yeah, I get it.
Zazik, we've got a little bit of turbulence in the water over there.
Yeah. He's kind of like half listening as he's doing his repairs.
I'm gonna make a little me between him and the pond sort of deal, and I'm gonna.
Alright.
I look at my halberd on top of the van, like, God damn it, it's strapped on, and I pull out just my secondary weapon, which is a meteor hammer.
It's probably also going to step out of the van.
Okay. Yeah. What do the rest of y'all do? You should be able to just drag your token on the.
Yeah, he just knocks on the side of the van, like, "Hello, let's watch this guy as he does his job."
Wittick's gonna be fiddling with the sort of radio player for a little bit, a little enamored.
Anything else?
Definitely standing, not sitting in the driver's seat. Hanging my arm out the window.
That's
Like a
fucking
badass.
adorable.
I've seen this before.
Hey, tell him to quit messing with the radio. I like this song.
Roger tries to just like hide from the radio.
All right, so you can see something definitely kind of swishing around in the water here, and eventually it kind of does a full circle and like a little figure eight around these rocks, and eventually kind of stops over here at the cross side of the lake.
Okay, over there.
Yep, and then starts like flailing around like mad.
What is it? Is it like a fish?
It's really hard to see. Water's a little bit murky. You aren't able to really make it out from where you're at, and it's just a big flail of water from what it looks like from where you're at.
Yeah, you guys see that over there? Just kind of points it out. Maybe
See
someone
what?
with better eyes.
Yeah, real cool.
I can take a peek.
Over by the north bank over there.
Should I make a check for anything, or is it just kind of?
It's this is about what you can see from this distance. You can make a perception check and see what you get. Okay, that's you see about what you see. Like the water of this lake is definitely getting kicked up a lot. By whatever it is flailing over here. It almost looks like something is at the surface of the water and is just floundering about.
So that could be someone who's drowning and needs help, but also wild animal. Don't know anything about these lands.
And now tell me, who would be in their right mind to be this far out and go for a swim and risk drowning?
Glenn's probably going to go off around the bank and take a look at it.
Okay.
I'll go with you, just in case.
I do him one square at a time in case something happens.
Yeah.
All right. Stopping right there for a second. Let's get you both to make a perception check. Loading, I'm going to
Oh,
scoot you
boy.
up a little bit further because I'm a bastard.
Sure. Here? Is it good?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
there.
fine.
Yeah. Oh, thank goodness.
Okay.
You're actually good at perception. I don't see shit.
Yeah. A lot of you just kind of like fucking whatever.
That's not my line.
Glenn, you can definitely see there's some sort of humanoid shape underneath the surface of the water, with like a stick, and it's sticking it up like right at the edge of the water and then kicking it around. The water's a little deep to see much else.
Can I? Can I get anything from the way they're moving? Do they seem desperate?
It doesn't seem like that way. It seems that they're kicking up water here.
Back up. Something isn't right here.
A lot of splashing.
No, there. Look, someone has a stick there. They don't seem like they're in danger, but
He squints at it. He has trouble reading people in the water, but he'll take your word for it. Should we head back?
maybe.
He just nods at you, like,
Let's keep an eye on it for the moment while they finish the repairs.
we can see them from here, right? We'll know
Yeah.
when he's ready.
Take a little step back.
Good idea. Should we get behind that rock or something? I know who dropped.
Did we lose somebody?
I think
Uh,
we lost Feck.
Feck dropped out
Oh.
of the voice call. Yeah.
All good. So as you step back a little bit, you hear this weird gurgling cry come out from under here. Just a
Murlocs?
yeah. And you see something start to swim up towards the surface here. As some kind of little creature hops out here. Except it's not letting me drag anything to the fucking there. Go.
Oh dear lord, I've had enough of the water for one day.
There's
Oh,
always
no.
more water, young Master Widdick. Always.
Oh boy.
All right. So just as their traps obviously failed here, so they're going for a more frontal assault. But kind of unable to separate you. That's going to be initiative as soon as I figure out how to clear this initiative. Okay.
Sweet.
Don't roll anything just yet, if you don't mind.
Gotcha.
Okay. So to roll initiative, if you click on your sheet or your guy, open your sheet and then roll your initiative. That should get a go.
Should be next to perception. Very nice, Zedek.
Zezek is a fast boy.
Huh. All of my rolls seem to be going to the DM, and only the DM for some reason.
Do not know how to fix. Do not know
There
how to
might
fix it,
be a
unfortunately.
box checked in your thing somewhere.
It's in the top left corner.
Top left.
The character button. Yeah. It's the tiny little black chat bubble.
Next to character. The character tab, rather.
Red and white if you have it selected. It's just a little red.
Oh, thank you. I mean, that means I totally get to re-roll it, right? Because that was
No.
yeah.
He's gonna add you initiative and edit it in.
So when I clicked it, it said you want to send the result of this roll to the turn tracker, but no valid token
Oh,
was
you have to
selected.
click. You have to click your token first.
Should I re-roll?
It'll put you in the turn tracker if you do at least. So yeah, good.
Yeah, I don't see it in the chat, which means that I hadn't seen it, so just roll again. There you go.
Much better. I'd
Jesus.
rather you went earlier.
Am I missing somebody here?
Hmm.
Oh,
Oh, I didn't click my dude first. I
Oh.
got it. That's me. I'm not great at roll 20.
alright, so it's these boys first.
They're fast.
They're real fast.
Be careful. Skinks have dodge innately.
That's what I hear.
As long as that brute doesn't have blodge, we might be able to be okay.
Pretty good at blodges.
Don't worry, they're just skinks. Their armor value can't be that good.
Just throw a football somewhere on the shore. That'll get him out.
Alright, so let me get into all my stats.
Their nat 20 is a little better than our nat 20.
Sorry, I'm still getting used to roll 20, so it takes me a little bit to load everything up, but should be
That's
good to go.
fine. We can discuss our impending demise.
You're all gonna die.
To fish.
That might be fun.
Alright, so this guy really started like under here. Let's see, speed. So you can see him just very swiftly swim and then hop onto land here.
Oh, they're fast swimmers.
Yeah. So he leaps out. It kind of looks like tales that you've heard. They look a little bit like Sahara, but these guys are a little bit thinner, a little bit quicker. These in particular are carrying long spears. And they have just a big, nasty row of very, very pointed teeth. And he is going to try to... actually, there's like a... Not a defend action, but let me try to find it real quick. Oh, well, okay. That works. In that case, he's going to kind of hop back behind this rock, taking a little bit of cover, while he waits for his buddies to go. What is that take cover action? Do you have that handy?
We'll pull it up real quick.
We are going to be definitely stumbling through combat for a little bit. Pathfinder 2 is a new system to me.
No problem.
Oh, absolutely. The same for quite a few of us, I'm sure.
Thank you very much. So he presses himself behind this rock, taking better advantage of cover. So he's got greater cover, so he's just kind of hiding behind that rock. Pressed up against it. Which will bring us to Zezik. So you definitely hear like this terrible cry, and your friends starting to draw their weapons and everything. So you're ready to respond here, or you can keep working on the van if you want to, but it's up to you. Come.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
just thinking, I don't think I would have had my rifle out and on hand.
I mean, it's not unreasonable to say that you would take it out and like at least lean it up against the van. Especially in these first couple of bits,
Yeah.
I kind of want everyone to get used to their characters and what they do, so I don't want to like, I forgot to pick up my axe kind of deal. So I'd rather kind of streamline.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't want to shoot somebody, that's
Oh no,
you,
I want to shoot the shit out of that. It's a hog.
Yeah, no,
Do it.
The skink thing.
you're totally
So-
fine. As part of initiative, you're readying your weapon.
Oh, we're already starting fights with the natives. Delightful.
So I'm going to, like, as soon as I hear this one, like, start to swim, like, closer.
Also, I missed one. Yeah,
So, oh no.
sorry. Go ahead.
He's going to sweep, like, grab his rifle, sweep around, and aim. And I will be doing hunt prey. And I am designating that as my prey. I get a +2 circumstance bonus when I'm trying to seek or track it. And let me see.
That's action number 1. Right?
Yeah, that's action number 1.
All right, cool. So you kind of aim down sights at it for a second, and just kind of watch the way it's moving. So you got a good look on it.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out because I could have sworn that I took something that makes it to where I hit easier for hunting.
What you when you've got it at hunt prey.
Yeah.
I want to say it drops into your hunter's edge. Which one did you take as your hunter's edge? I think it was
I
precision,
took
right?
precision.
Yeah. So the first time you hit it in a round, you deal a D8 additional precision damage. So it doesn't increase the attack roll, but it will give you a shitload of extra damage if you hit.
And I am going to. When you're wielding a crossbow and use hunt, prey, or use interact. Okay, so I can use precise this turn. I am going to take a shot at it.
Okay. So it's still going to be a little bit hard to track. It's still kind of underwater, but it's not going to be too bad.
And you're a professional. I believe in you.
Okay. I am going to, because it is like a harder shot to take, I'm going to use my hunter's aim to focus on it.
Sure.
Where I get a +2 on the attack roll, and I ignore its concealed, if it's concealed.
Okay. It kind of is. So yeah, no, that's going to take care of that. You are a professional. Fire away. That is going to be
Bang bang.
Yep. So you pull out your rifle, pop it right in its scaly little back as it's swimming towards you.
I'm just trying to make sure that I got all my benefits in there. Yeah, that looks like
Yeah, it should be 12
12
damage, right?
damage.
Yeah, so you kind of spot like a soft spot on its back, and aim right for that scale and catch it right in it. And it kind of flounders a little bit in the water, but it's still swimming. So that should be, was that 3 actions?
That was 3 actions.
All right. So it's going to be its turn. So it was kind of swimming around to try to circle and pin Glenn in, but now that it's been shot, it doesn't enjoy that so much. So it's going to move to here. So it's got to move here and then another action to here. And then it's going to, unlike the other ones, this one's a little bit bigger, a little bit hulkier. He's got these big, nasty claws. This looks like the leader of this little troop.
Oh, the leader.
Yeah, so
He's the leader of the bunch. You know
There you
him
go.
well.
21 on AC.
That will hit.
Okay. Also, you guys should go into, if you haven't already, and I'm dumb because it didn't do it here. Go into your options on your character sheet, and then turn "Don't roll critical damage" on. Just because I'm just gonna double it if you ever crit.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. So that is 7
already have it on.
damage to you. Just kind of, you kind of jump back away from it. It just kind of catches you across the chest. So it's gonna be Glenn.
Okay. Glenn doesn't have a lot of great targets in reach, but I think what he's going to do. Let's see. So his movement is. Sorry, give me one moment.
Oh, you take your time.
For whatever reason, movement specifically has been excellent at hiding for me on this sheet.
By default, you should have 25.
Yeah, it should be just underneath your ability scores and class DC. It'll be
Right. Yep. Okay, 25. So he's going to move 25 due south.
first action.
Then he's going to use his second 2 actions to cast Produce Flame on the. Actually, no. He's gonna cast. Where'd it go? Flaming Sphere.
Good shit.
Burn him. Burn him.
So I think that's going to be a reflex save against my spell DC of 19.
Okay. So he's a quick little boy. So let's see what he gets. So it's a success, but not a critical one.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's half damage. I think it's a basic save. It says so that would
Should be half
yeah,
damage. Yeah.
half
half of a
5?
weapon. 5, yeah. Then on subsequent turns, I can sustain that spell to keep doing stuff with it.
I like it.
That's me.
Cool. Let me get you a little fiery ball thing. Bear with me just a second. So you get to move this thing around, right? Like, that's the thing that you do.
Yeah.
And it's that big.
Ah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it is that size. Controlled by Glenn. And we'll make it a little bit smaller. Alright, you should be able to move that around. Sweet.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, how much damage was that?
5.
Okay, so he kind of startles a little bit as this ball of fire just kind of materializes in his chest, but he kind of shoves it away and ducks around it and is trying to box with Zezek. Is that all 3 actions?
Yep.
Alright, up to Shaq.
Okay, so seeing what's going on, time to devise a stratagem, which is I roll 1d20, and against specifically the brute here. Fuck, how do I ping?
Hold left click.
Haha. Yeah, so
Oh.
excellent. Yes.
So what does that do exactly?
Basically, I'm not committing to an action yet, but the first strike or attack action I take against my target that I use to devise a stratagem on, not only can I I'm forced to substitute that roll, but regardless of what weapon type I'm using, I can substitute int for the attack roll when I substitute that dice in.
Okay, it's pretty dirty.
Yeah, it's pretty dirty. Unless it's a subject of a lead that I'm pursuing, which I'm currently not. I have no leads that I'm pursuing. That takes an action. So that is action one, is just kind of saving the 18 die for my first attack against this guy. The second action is going to be I've figured you out, and then just fucking whipping out my hand crossbow out the window and shooting him in the face.
Now, do you actually have a hand crossbow, or do you have like a knife?
It's a hand crossbow.
Okay.
He doesn't have enough money for a 9. Bert's not a rich boy. So does a roll of 22 hit him?
Oh yeah, no, that'll definitely.
Okay, fantastic.
20. That's super low though, unless you're not proficient in that weapon.
It's 18 plus. Oh wait, you're right. Oh yeah, God no, that's 20 plus 7, so 29. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean it's still gonna hit, but I just want to make sure the math is.
I'm getting used to the rolls in this. So yeah, I forgot the plus 7 on that. So that is a 29 to hit.
Yeah, it's possibly a crit. If it's 10 above.
It's not a crit, but that shot the fuck out of him.
Hell yeah.
And since he's been struck as a part of my devise a stratagem, not only do I get precision damage, which is going to be
double square brackets if you're rolling something freehand. Or /R, and then whatever.
well, that was shit, but
It's keeping in a theme, honestly. So
I'm leaning out the window of a van whose windows I can barely see over.
legit.
However, I also get to declare somebody, and that's going to be Young Master Wit.
Yes.
Until the start of my next turn, that your first attack against that creature treats it as flat-footed.
Oh, I love
Oh yeah, that's pretty solid.
Yeah. Listen, I'm going to give flat-footed to all my rogues because I love you.
What's flat-footed in Pathfinder 2?
-2 AC.
It
But
does
so many
trigger.
abilities.
Yeah,
Yeah.
triggers a lot of rogue abilities and some other stuff too. So that is how much damage you got, or is it just the precision?
No. It was 1d6 for the hand crossbow plus 1d6 for the precision.
Okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay, cool. So you just kind of nick it across the cheek there, but it stumbles a little bit and is leaving an opening for Weddick.
And then, of course, I'm gonna holler out the van. Wit, I have a plan. Get him.
The plan.
That is the plan. Dropping the hand crossbow in the driver's seat and dashing out. We'll see if he has a reaction, because I'm going out here. If I can jump out the window and run.
He does not have a reaction. He just kind of backs up a little bit and lets you go wherever you want to.
I'm a scurrying kind of fucker, so it's what I do. I could go further, but I'm fine with right here, and that is my third action.
All right, cool. All right, this fellow up here. So I'm having a cameraman as I move as well. Leaps out of the water, and then starts bolting around here.
Hello.
Hello. And just with a holler. Actually, he's gonna do it from here. He's gonna try to shank you with his long spear. So we got a 24 on AC.
That hits. I only have 20.
Okay, that's 7 piercing damage. Just kind of catches across the side, mostly flesh wound. Not too bad.
Oof. My shirt.
Roddy.
It's okay. We have tailors.
Okay,
So real quick, just to jump in here. I'm a big fan of like XCOM style cover rules. So, for example, if you're here, and then attacking this guy, he gets no cover because you can't hide behind a rock when you're not behind the rock.
Sure. So what are cover rules normally?
I just had this up. Take cover. So standard cover is a +2 to AC. If you're taking cover, you instead get greater cover, which is a +4 bonus to that, to reflex saves against area effects, and then to stealth checks.
Got. So, oof. This guy hasn't done anything yet, correct?
In the water or behind the rock?
In the water.
Nope. He's like swum to the surface, and he is coming for your ass, or a ass. There's an ass that he detects, and he's coming for it.
Gotcha. I don't.
Desires
I cast Detect Ass.
Jesus Christ.
There are two.
Overwhelming auras.
Oh god, it's the potion
Okay.
you gave me. It smells like ass.
What you got? Right?
So I don't feel confident shooting someone behind cover, so I'm going to shoot the guy in the water.
Sure.
First, nope.
It's still a little bit of a tricky shot because he's in water. He's a little bit concealed, but it's not too bad.
That's fine. First, I'm going to cast a spell.
Tell us of this spell.
Magic weapon. I'm going to be effectively enchanting my trusty rifle. Which, yes, of course a gentleman has a rifle. It glimmers with magic and energy, and it now is a +1 striking weapon, which means not only do I have a +1 to hit, I also now do double. I now have 2 damage dice instead of 1.
Okay.
When he's casting it, you guys kind of get the vibe that like he's kind of panicking when he does it. He says the words hurried and like carefully, as he kind of gives off this vibe of I've only got 1 shot, as he does in fact take a shot
On Waterboy.
on Waterboy.
Got it. Fire away.
I also would like to point out that I do not inform him in any way that Gatorade is better than water.
Probably wise. I think he gets bonuses if you. This is gonna be a hit, and a hell of a hit. Is that with all your bonuses and everything?
Yep, I got a 6 and an 8. Actually, wait, no. Are ranged weapons also what are they called? Finesse?
You do not get dex to damage now.
They do not add damage from stats, no.
Okay, then yeah, I just got a 6 and an 8.
Yeah, still that's a big hit.
Really good damage.
Yeah, so you hit him with it. You see this kind of weird like purplish liquid start to pool at the top of the water. But he's still swimming for shore. Big hit though.
Damnation above.
And below.
And that would be 3 turns, because it's 2 actions to cast a spell and 1 action to pop a cap in his ass.
All right. But that spell is going to be up as long as you maintain it, right? Or
Up to 1 minute.
Okay, gotcha.
Sustain it, really.
Okay, Lodigan.
Right. So, bereft of his trusty halberd, he did say at the very start that he has a meteor hammer, and this was bought specifically to be thematic to this trip. It's a long, thin chain with 2 little anchors on the end. He's gonna run his hands along the length of the chain and also cast magic weapon.
Kinky.
It glows a little. Let me just remove that second level. Well, it's a first level spell slot. Cool. And then he's gonna take a swing because this weapon has reach.
Spear fight.
Yeah,
Well, it's a whippy fight at this point, isn't it?
Yeah.
whippy.
All right. Yeah, that's definitely gonna hit.
Yeah, that's me. That's 3 actions.
All right. So that is the back swing or anything like this. Any of that do anything wild?
Not on one attack.
It's melee. Do you still get your strength bonus to it?
I do. It should be adding my strength bonus to it.
I'm just seeing a 3+3. Did you roll a second die for damage for magic weapon?
It should already have that built in. That's weird.
I'm just seeing the D8. Go ahead and roll another D8.
Sure.
I'm not saying I want this guy real dead, but I want this guy real dead.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. Let me check that. Oh, it didn't save. That explains it. Here, it's 2 dice now.
So yeah, you kind of swat his spear out of your gun, and then give him a good crack with a hammer, and he stumbles back some and gets back in a ready position. That should be 3 actions for you, Whittick. For what it's worth, if you take all 3 of your actions, I'm just going to keep moving to the next person. If for some reason you have something crazy and weird and free you want to do, you got to stop. But I don't think there's too many of that in this system unless you're a monk. And we have no monks, which makes me deeply, agonizingly sad.
One day.
Our monks are in this system.
Monks are in. Fuck yeah, they are. Anyway, Whittick, you're up.
So I'm gonna stride around over here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna do some twin feint. So he's flat-footed against my first attack, and then he will be flat-footed against my second attack.
Excellent.
So here's
You were doing him dirty.
Yeah.
Here's the first one.
That one's gonna be a whiff, but you still got another one.
All right, and here is the second.
Oh
Yes,
man.
John.
Oh, those rolls. So he does only barely manage to wheel around and kind of catch your weaponry with his claws, and just kind of parries him away. But he's very very much focused on Zezik, although he has another problem directly behind him. There should be 3 actions, so we're on to this fish boy.
Life has many lakes, fish boy.
So he's gonna pop out of the water here, and just as he leaps up, just bleeding everywhere from the massive gunshot that he took. He's gonna try to take a swipe at Glenn with the spear.
As a reaction, I would like to shield block.
Okay, good deal. I think you only use the reaction if it hits you, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Which it do. I don't think that's going to be a crit. What's your shield hardness?
Hang on, let me.
Okay, so it takes. It just complete. Hold on. Prevents you from taking. So it prevents 3 damage. Just that's done. And then you and the shield take 2 damage.
Do I guess to divide how I like?
No, both of you take that.
Okay.
That's pretty sick though. I really like that. Yeah. For what it's worth, you don't have to declare the shield block before it hits. At least from this call. That may not be the case, but yeah. If you get hit, you can shield block it if you want.
Cool.
But yeah, I'm gonna leave it to you to to keep track of your shield hit points, because I'm not going to do that.
That's fair.
All right. So it takes that one swipe at you, and that is that. So back to the top of the round. So this guy's going to wheel out of cover. They're a lot slower on land, but I wouldn't really call them totally slow. He's going to get right here and take a stab at Roderick. Which may be a crit.
What defines a crit?
What's your AC?
19.
Yeah, so if it's 10 or higher above your AC, it is a crit. Fortunately, this guy rolled balls for damage, so you take 8 piercing damage. And as you're frantically trying to reload your gun, you get a spear to the thigh, like Ace Ventura style. Except he's still holding on to it. So that's 8 damage there. Zezek.
So he's going to step, reload, and just fire at this guy again.
Sure thing.
Like-
So firing into melee in Pathfinder is kind of like XCOM cover rules. In this case, there is no penalty, even though he's next to Wittick, which is a great thing, being a 3.5 player. That was such a bitch to make
Right.
ranged weapons work. Yeah.
You need a feat for that.
However, for example, I'm going to move Wittick just temporarily. If Wittick was here or here, he would be giving him cover. But that's not the case, so fire.
So because I did use a reload, I get to use precise.
Mm-hmm. Ping. Yeah, big ol' hit. So as he's wheeling around to parry Wittick, you clip him right in the kidney, or what you think would be the kidney. You're not really sure about these guys. Just
I know I hit them in some kind of fleshy bit.
oh yeah. He kind of reels back and sinks down to one knee in pain, just as he pushes away Wittick's blade.
And that is my step, reload, fire. Yep, 3 actions.
All right. So this guy, he is hurting. But he is gonna claw at Wittick.
Oh.
What's your AC?
My AC is a 20.
Okay, yeah, that's going to be a crit, so that'll be 22 damage. But plus, so it makes this very nasty gouge in you that doesn't really seem to stop bleeding very quick.
Oh, that's lovely.
So you're taking 2 persistent bleed damage. And I'm going to need to look up the rules on that, but that's 22 damage out the gate. And also you're bleeding.
Is it a flat 2 or is it like a D6?
It's a D6. D4, I'm sorry.
D4, which means Wittick rolls the D4 at the start of each of his turns and takes that much bleed damage.
Gotcha. Okay, so ignore that too. But you've got that D4 on you. And then he's gonna freak out a little bit as he reaches his claw back up to his weird little 2 mini teeth mouth, and then kind of lick it off. Take a step and swing at Shaft.
Woo!
What's your AC?
19.
Okay, so it's not a crit, but it's 16. So let's talk about hero points. So everyone starts with a hero point at the start of each session, no matter what. I give out hero points for cool stuff, and I give them out like candy. You do something like super neat, super heroic, you can get a hero point. This is kind of like 5th edition inspiration, except you can stack them up to 3, and you can use them one of 2 ways. One, you can use them after you make a d20 roll to re-roll that roll before you know the results of it, and then use the second result whether it's better or worse. Second, you can spend all your hero points to immediately stabilize yourself and stop dying. So if you're bleeding on the ground, about to die, you can bust your hero points and just kind of be okay.
And do you get one hero point like every session, or
Yep.
is
So they're kind of use them or lose them. So you lose them all at the end of the session, and at the start of the next session, you get one back.
got it?
So that is that. So it's gonna be Valiant.
Okay, Glenn's first action will be to sustain a spell. He's going to move that fireball up to the dude right in front of him. Let's get a reflex save against, I believe it was 19.
Okay. These guys are pretty quick. Real quick. So it's gonna be a critical success.
Okay, I want to say if critical success means no damage.
Yeah, I think it's no damage for critical success.
That's basic. Okay, in that case, let me instead get another save as Glenn uses his second 2 actions, or, to
Yeah.
cast Shocking Grasp.
Okay. He is not made of metal, but he is soaking wet, so I'm gonna treat that as metal.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's not gonna like this. 19. That's actually just versus his AC. I don't think
Yep.
he makes a save.
Rolled garbage damage, but oh well.
Yeah, it's real bad damage. But he is gonna be persistently electrocuted. You may need to remind me of that, but I'll put a little tag on him just to.
Okay. Anyway, that's me.
Alright, check.
All right. First, I'm going to take a good look at this this big fucker. Too many variables. Too much blood. No, not right now. Stepping over here, Whittick,
Yeah.
you are not allowed to die.
Gee, I wasn't planning on it, but thanks.
This will hurt. You take 6 damage.
Wait, are you able to use risky surgery on the in combat one?
It only says on a treat wounds check, which
You can do in combat.
Battle medicine is a different check from treat wounds.
well, in that case, it's a DM check.
What?
So risky surgery lets me deal a D8 damage flat to somebody when I'm doing a treat wounds check.
Shirk.
Because I'm doing it quickly and roughly and trying to get results right now.
But to do stuff in combat, you have to use the battle medicine action, which is distinct from the treat wounds action.
Okay, I've been reading them as similar or the same, but that is, like I say, going to be Cole's call.
You can patch up wounds even in combat. Okay, I'm gonna go rules as written for now, but I might go back on that after I look at it a little bit deep.
Okay.
Just rules as written. It's not treat wounds. It is the battle medicine. Wait, no. Attempt to DC with the same DC as for treat wound, and restore the corresponding amount of hit points. I'll let you do it for now, because it says it's the same DC as treat wounds, which sounds like the same as treat wounds. But I'll definitely look it up, confirm it later.
But yeah, in the same vein, I can use nature to treat wounds, but I was under the understanding that I couldn't use nature on battle medicine for my herbal medicine feat. So we can look at that later.
You're right. Yeah, we'll figure that out a little bit later.
Okay.
Just because I do want to be consistent, but I don't want to sit here and look up.
Hem and haw, yeah. So in that case, you do take that 6 damage. Is there a way to like click a skill and add a temporary modifier to it in Roll20?
Yes. A lot of these skills have under the settings by them, There's a temporary drop down or fill in.
Okay. And does that just go away after a single roll?
No clue.
No clue. Alrighty. All right, that was a DC
Yes.
20.
Good lord, so that's a crit.
What's the effect of a critical success in that roll? Extra dice. Ooh, real
Riddick, you
good.
get 38 hit points back.
That's more than my max HP. So
You are not allowed to die. I
So-
said so.
So, because I desperately need to run to the bathroom, I need you to tell me exactly what happens here, because...
Okay, so the results are I did risky surgery, which gives me a +2 circumstance bonus to my medicine roll. It also turns any regular success into a critical success, which means 48 instead of 2d8. Additionally, since I chose the DC to be 20 because I'm an expert in the skill, I get a flat +10, and I get a flat +3 because I have the forensic medicine skill, which means I get plus my level in healing. I do a fuckload of healing
Holy
with traditional
shit.
medicine.
You really are the good doctor.
I'm very good at what I do.
So, so I guess in character, you just, like, jam your hand into his giant gaping wound, and then rearrange some stuff, and then patching back up? I don't...
Listen, I've got a sewing kit. I've got a razor. I keep everything very sharp, and I'm going to see what's bleeding and just like put a staple in some arteries and some clotting agents on his chest and say you're good for now.
He's got those little dog hands. Like
Itty bitty dog hands. But that is 3 actions: 1 for my devise a stratagem, 1 to take a step, and then 1 to do my surgery.
I am now imagining Shaq healing at range with a staple gun.
In time. But that is my.
I approve of that imagination.
So this fellow up here is going to have a totally not homoerotic spear fight with Lotta.
Well, I'm using not a spear.
Oh, well, reach fight.
Yeah, reach fight.
Reach fight!
It's like a sexy water fight.
Reach fight!
but really violent.
Two
That
bros
business.
fighting 10 feet apart because they ain't gay.
What's your AC?
20.
Social distancing fight.
Woo!
Ooh, that's almost hit.
Yeah, you barely fend off his little flurry of blows here. And that's going to take us to Roddy.
Get rowdy, Roddy.
So, what are the rules on firing in melee?
I don't think there's any. Also, you're not in melee.
Right.
You're in a threatened zone technically, but not everything has opportunity attacks in this.
Okay.
There.
I'm going.
So just to be real clear, some things do have reactions where, like, if you use a ranged attack in a threatened square, then they beat the shit out of you. And you just kind of gotta scrap things to see what can do what.
Okay, so Roderick swearing up a very colorful storm will just straight up put the barrel of his rifle basically point blank and pull the trigger. Should be noted, one action. My first action is reloading. My second action is attack.
All right. So you ping that bullet out, reload another one, and shoot him right in the gut. So those are going to be a hit. I don't see damage on that for some reason.
Oh.
Oh, there
Yeah.
it is. Okay. Gosh.
Oh, I know why. I'm clicking on the attack button instead of just that, which does it all at once. Anyways, 8 damage, unless a 25 would be a crit.
No,
Which I
that's
highly doubt.
just a regular old hit. But you got one more action.
Reload.
All right, cool. A lot.
Right. So basically skip roping with this giant chain to avoid all the spears. the spear stabs rather. He's going to attempt something I've never actually done before, so this is a good test for it. This is a trip weapon. So he's going to attempt an athletics roll to trip him. This is just going to be versus his reflex DC. He doesn't have to roll the reflex.
Okay.
I have to roll athletics. The athletics is a +1 because my weapon is currently a +1.
Got
I
it. Okay.
don't think that succeeds. Well, what's his reflex DC?
Not that. So he manages to spring right over that. You were close. Like he definitely stumbles quite a bit.
Whoosh.
Yeah, but he's back on his feet. So that was just one action, right?
Yeah, that's one action, and then the next two actions are attacks.
Does
So
that count against your multiple?
I'm actually not sure. Let's see.
I don't. Okay, so it does have. The
It has
attack.
It has the attack tag.
Yeah,
I
so
think.
it does.
It does.
Yeah.
So here is the second one. 15?
It's a whiff.
It's a whiff. And the third one, I guess. This one has a +1 to hit.
Sure.
Nah, it doesn't work.
No dice.
We're just playing over here. Don't mind us.
I wish I had handy that Fire Emblem gif of the two warriors with axes just swinging and then missing and then
Missing
swinging
each
and then
other.
missing. Yeah.
Slowly trudging back and forth. Oh,
Yeah.
Don't mind us. Casual
It's-
14 damage per hit, but if we
It's-
hit,
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna hurt the minute somebody hits for sure. Whittaker.
we're gonna get you. We gonna get you.
Oh boy. Well, Doc, they say actions speak louder than words, but goddamn. Anyways, I'm gonna hit this guy with the same thing I hit him with last time. So
don't get the flat-footed bonus this time because I didn't bonk him. But for the first attack.
that's fine.
All right. Let's see your dual wielding.
Let's do it.
Oh, that's a hit.
Oh yeah.
All right. Give him a little shanky shank. Let's see if that second one hit.
Yep. So he's automatically flat-footed against this one.
No dice there.
I mean, it doesn't make an effect in this time, but does your roll have the +2 for flat-footed on that one?
Well, their AC goes down by 2 rather than
Yeah.
him adding +2.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, so you catch him with a rapier, but the short sword just swings a little bit wide. But you got one more action.
I do. Let me quickly see something.
And this guy's like frothing at the mouth. Like he's smell blood like a shark in the water, except he is not a shark and he is not in the water. But he's definitely smell blood.
Okay. Oh god, what do I do when I'm this close? Let's see. Can I? You know, let's do something interesting. I'm gonna try and trip this man.
All right. So it's still going to take your multi-attack penalty. Let's see. So you make an athletics check, just like Lodigan did against this reflex DC. So athletics -10.
A question: how do you determine a reflex DC?
It's their reflex save +10.
Ooh, that makes sense.
Oh boy. All right, never mind. I'm just gonna try to bite this man instead.
No worries. Go for it.
Bite him.
Right his head.
Bite him. Let's see. I'm biting for 10 because I didn't actually
Oh, you're
program this yet, but here we go.
good. So you just latch your jaws onto his shoulders. You've kind of got him like his arms spread up with your weapon. You can't quite pierce those scales though.
Ah,
I like the combo though. That's pretty sick. All right, Glenn, you have a friend. Roll me a d6 of electro damage. So he kind of
Nice.
like you see like a little bit of sparks kind of jumping off of him, and he shakes him off. So he is going to very angrily step here and take a couple of claw swipes at you.
Sounds good.
I think
That's
that's a miss.
Oh, that one hits though. Weirdly.
a hit and all shield block.
Okay. So that'll be 4 damage to you and the shield.
Okay.
So it just. What kind of shield do you? I mean, you got a wooden shield.
It's wooden. Hang on, I'm typing it right now.
Oh, you're good.
12 hit points?
Yeah. Well, his claw just kind of sinks into that shield and like sticks through it a little bit and kind of scrapes at your chest.
So BT is like the break threshold or something, where it's broken but not destroyed.
Yeah.
Okay, so that does break the shield,
Okay.
but it has 6 hit points left. I think that just means he can't block with it anymore. But like the item isn't gone.
Let's see here. It.
Broken condition. Let's check.
Yeah, with shields. That's weird. A broken object. Okay, a broken object can't be used for its normal function, nor does it grant bonuses, with the exception of armor, which shields aren't armor tech. But broken armor still grants its item bonus to the AC, but it has a penalty to it. So yeah, it's just not. It's not doing anything. If something could hit it hard enough that it just destroys it straight out.
Yep.
But it's got a big old claw gash in it, so it's not going to do you any good for protection.
Yeah.
You can patch that up later. So that's him. So that's going to be our friend down here with Roderick. So he's going to take 1 stab at Roderick. 17 hit.
No.
Aha. And seeing that Zezek is actively reloading, he's going to jump over here and try to take a swing at him. So it's going to be a step for a second action and a whiff. He does manage to scrape up the paint job of your van.
No!
That fucker's getting shot. I don't care about this other guy.
Oh,
I can't do surgery on a van. I'm sorry.
Put a band-aid on it. It'll be fine.
For what it's worth, without like active, like I assume that Zezek's entire time on the ship was spent just like scraping the accumulated salt off the side of his van.
Oh yeah.
Just 6 months at voyage is probably gonna do hell on it. Anyway, go for it.
So I'm going to Hunter's Mark or Hunt Prey, designate that guy as my prey. Reload and fire.
You. Wow. That's a good fucking plow, though.
Yeah, it's a big old. Not quite enough to take him out, but he is reeling from that shot. Is that all 3 actions?
That is all 3 actions.
All right. So this guy just takes a step forward. So first one's going to be at Wit. Second one's going to be at Shaq. And he just tries to like double clothesline you both with his giant claws.
Can they be described as big or meaty?
Meaty.
Brutish.
Oh God, that's another crit.
That might be another crit on Wit.
God damn it.
And then a crit miss on Shaq.
Yeah, my AC is 20.
Yeah, so it's going to be 24 and then another D4 persistent bleed.
Oh, wait. I didn't take that damage last time.
Okay,
Does
go
that
ahead.
go away when you get healed at all?
When you get healed to max, yes.
Oh,
You got healed to
I
max.
got healed to max. Okay.
Yeah. I think that's for magical healing. I think mundane healing will fix it a lot quicker.
Mundane healing forces another check without them spending actions.
Okay.
Actually, so if he rolls a DC 15 fortitude check,
Isn't it just a flat check?
Well, yeah, it's a flat DC 15 unless the DM decides that there's modifiers to it.
Yeah.
I mean, you got
Doctor
you got a
here.
massive heal there. So I'll let that one slide. But you got another D4 on you now.
But with bleed, you
Excellent.
also get to roll a save to stop bleeding every time you take the damage. So you take the damage and then do the
Okay.
save to stop bleeding.
Okay, so for now, just take 24 damage, and then at the start of your turn, you'll take another D4 and then make a save. If that works.
Dog, I need your help again.
Too busy over here.
All right, Mr. Glenn.
Okay, Glenn's first action will be to sustain a spell, and he's gonna move the fireball back onto that dude again. Let's have a reflex.
Okay, 20 was it?
19.
Jeez.
Oof.
Well, there's still half damage. So
Yeah, let me.
which might actually goose his cook. That does actually. So, doesn't matter how quick he tries to get away. The fire just kind of takes him over, and he drops like a rock.
Okay,
One down.
and Glenn will spend his remaining 2 actions to turn into a wolf.
Excuse me.
Tell me the wolf has two built legs on the back end.
Maybe.
The wolf has one.
Anyway, he gains some temporary hit points and a bunch of other stuff, and I'll handle those as they come up. That's my turn.
All right, cool. Shaq.
All right. Devising a stratagem against this clotheslining motherfucker here. Using a hero point to reroll that.
Go for it. That's a little bit.
Yeah, so that's a 23. I'm going to swing my War Razor at him.
Okay, that is going to hit. Won't crit, but it does hit.
Imagine it's flavored as a scalpel.
So when you do use a hero point, you do have to describe how you're heroically re-rolling this. So what is your exact action here?
This motherfucker's coming in with clothes and clotheslines, and I'm saying, how does he move? Where is he bleeding? Where does he hurt? Devise a stratagem is purely predicting every single action he might possibly take. And so it's a lot of just, okay, he critically whiffed me. Instead of swinging up at his chest like I might have, I'm gonna go for that femoral artery instead. Little tap on the side of the head while I click the razor out, and blazow.
All right, let's see some hurts. It's a little bit of hurt.
A little bit of hurts. Is he flat-footed at all from his critical miss?
No, I don't believe
Okay.
there are any kind of critical miss effects. There's some, but it's not to that degree.
Okay. Definitely worth asking, because it would have given me some bonus damage for backstabber.
For what it's worth, I will if you want to step here as your first action, I'll allow that.
Okay, yeah, take advantage of that. Let me double check how backstabber works.
Sure.
You're learning our classes.
So while he's looking that up, tell me about this wolf, Glenn, because I'm very excited. I don't play a lot of druids, so I don't know shit about them.
Yeah, so mechanically, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me actually just click the thing.
Backstabber is a flat +1 damage.
Cool.
Yup. Oh, you posted it right when I was saying it.
Okay.
So he takes 8 instead of 7, and then he gets flat-footed to Wittick on Wittick's first attack.
Okay, is that all your 3 actions?
1, 2, 3. Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. So tell me of this wolf.
Okay, so his AC becomes 16 plus his level. He gains 5 temporary hit points. He gains low light vision and imprecise scent. He gains an attack specific to the animal form he chooses, and he gains an athletics modifier of +9. The canine form in particular has a speed of 40 feet and a melee attack of 2d8.
Okay.
Oh wait, actually, sorry. No, this is it gets auto heightened to because he's at 3rd level. No, wait, sorry, 1 second. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay. So can you turn into like Is it like a list of shit, or is it just like any animal that you've seen?
So at the moment, I have access to anything in pest form and animal form. Animal form has ape, bear, bull, canine, cat, deer, frog, shark, snake. I was actually planning them to like jump into the water and turn into a shark if they stayed there.
Legit. So I'd like to continue to add to that list as we go on, because there are a lot of unique creatures on this island.
Yeah.
So there's a couple people in the other group and also in this group. So if you do enough of an examination of a creature from here, you can add that to your list.
Interesting.
So anyway, this guy here. So Lodigan, it begins.
Here it comes. I'm gonna die now.
Spear. Spear.
And we continue our trend.
Somebody give me the
Roderick,
RuneScape music.
Y'all are just like in a gay nightclub up there, flailing uselessly at each other.
What you look up here and we are fucking raving.
No. They're like having the entire sword fight sequence from The Princess Bride.
We're monologuing. Don't mind us.
Roddy, you're.
Okay, so I'm going to. Yeah, I'm going to be completely boring and shoot at this guy right next to me. Because I'm very mad that he ruined my pants.
All right. That is a miss, unfortunately.
Okay. I'm going to reload and take a second shot.
Go for it.
Now, would I use the number 2 on
Yep.
this, or because I reloaded, do I restart?
No. So it's every attack that you make on your turn, no matter how it is. That is a miss too, unfortunately. So even if you like cast a spell that's an attack roll and then shoot your gun, that's still a multiple attack.
Gotcha.
So that does go wide. He's kind of gun-fooing you a little bit. Like every time you aim at him, he kind of swats out of the way, and then you end up shooting the tree and then blowing this plan away. Lodigan.
Sorry, but
Terrible.
he's gonna take 3 attacks as well.
I cast Wild Shape, but only in my eyelashes.
Okay, that one hit.
4. For Tan, second one. Oh, that's a miss. And the third one. That's a +1, 17? Probably still misses.
Barely a miss. Like it.
Woo, so close!
Yeah,
so close.
it hits right where his foot is, and he just barely pulls it away in time. Whittick.
All right, it's time to beat ass. So twin feints
You're also
again.
flanking.
Yeah. So he's flat-footed against this. Bert made him flat-footed anyways, but
He's double-footed.
both of his feet are flat.
Oh yeah, your damage first, I guess, for bleeding.
That's gonna be hit.
Okay, pal.
If that takes you down to 16, the first one is a crit. Because he's not left.
Yeah, not quite.
Dang.
But the first one does hit, so let's see some damage for that. Oh, that is damage. I'm sorry. 6. You get your sneak attack on there, don't you?
I do. So that is
Oh, also don't forget to take your D4.
right.
Roll Fort versus a DC 15.
Oh, you're not bleeding anymore.
All right. Do that thing they do in the movies where they spit a little bit of blood and then they go hit them some more.
All right, second attack.
Sneak attack first.
Oh yeah.
So this is 1d6 precision for 4 more damage.
All right.
And then, let's see. How do I want to min-max this? We're going to bite him second.
That's a hit.
Well, look at it!
Yeah. So you just kind of go ahead and roll damage. This is gonna kill it. Yeah, gee. So you leap onto his back and shove your rapier into his side, just as you chomp down right on his, and he kind of claws around and flails and tries to swat at you while you're on his back, and just crumple.
I'm gonna wipe the Sahagin bits from my mouth and say, "Gee, pal, I've tasted ass today, and you taste worse."
Excellent.
You also had that potion.
I'm here to eat Sagan and ass, and I'm all out of
Oh, I can
ass.
There's lots of ass here.
All right. You got one more action, right?
Yeah. Shoot. So I guess with my third action, I'm gonna just move. Oh no, that guy's dead. Yeah, a lot of gonna need something eventually. 5, 15, 20, 25.
I appreciate it. It's really slippery.
Well, so are you.
Well, yeah. It's all the lube, you see.
It's our boy Lodigan. He's frictionless.
All right. So these guys are kind of shaken. They think about breaking and run, but they don't. So they are. This guy's going to keep swinging at Lodigan and see what happens.
That's the one at the bottom.
Oh, just kidding. Ignore everything that I just did there. So yeah. So the first one's going to be against Roderick, and the second one's going to be against Zezek. So I'm going to re-roll those because I didn't.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
So first one against Roderick, Claw, 17 hit.
That's a
All right. Second against Zezek, is a 19 hit.
Nice try, fuckboy. AC 20. Oh no, he hit my truck again.
Yeah, he's like. he sees that you get really angry about it, and he just starts like actively jabbing the van instead. Zezek.
I'm going to reload. I'm going to use intimidating glare before taking a pot shot at him.
Okay, what's this do?
It will let me demoralize with a glance. So I need to find out what the demoralize action does.
Intimidation versus their will DC. Or they get demoralized, which is I don't actually know.
It's frightened.
Frightened here works different, right?
I think so.
Either frightened 1 or frightened 2. It depends on their save.
Frightened, you're gripped by fear. You take a status penalty equal to whatever the value is to all your checks and DCs. And at the end of each of your turns, it decreases by 1.
Cool.
But in this case, this guy was already kind of thinking about running anyway, so depending on what you get, he might just bolt.
I think he's gone.
Yeah, he's like, you give him the Kobold Evil Eye, and he just kind of starts like slowly backpedaling a little bit. But it's still your turn.
The spear in the van.
I may have scared him, but now he's going to die scared.
That is barely a minute.
Ah, I hate it. I feel like I should have focused.
Gonna reload.
I am not going to because that is 3 actions.
Okay, got it. Big boy is dead. Glenn.
Okay, Glenn is going to book it with his now 40 base move speed. He's going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And he's gonna take a little chomp.
Yeah, that's a hit. That is not a little chomp, my friend. Yeah, you get him right in the throat, and
Did it!
Yeah, you take him straight down.
Oh, thank fuck. He's down.
Then I guess this is his third action. His work here is done. He's gonna try to return to his home planet.
I have to go. My people need me.
Exactly back to where he started, I think.
Alright.
Yeah, because unless he could like take a long jump over the. No, let's not fuck with that right now.
Fair. Check.
Doing a stratagem against the remaining.
Oh, the flaming sphere dissipates because it didn't take an action to sustain it.
Oh, legit.
And I am sprinting over here and taking I forgot to add my +1 on my War Razor on the previous one, but that is going to be a 29 to hit.
Okay. That is a crit.
Fantastic. This is going to hurt him a lot because this weapon is deadly.
Oh.
The D4 is doubled, so only 2 from that. So that's 16 damage.
Yeah.
You did it.
Yeah, absolutely. You get him right in the right in an artery in his neck, and he just kind of gurgles a little bit and then flops over.
Kind of sprint over and do little flying dude, the big knife.
Surprise surgery.
He doesn't fall over until you open your eyes after.
Until I fold the razor.
The riskiest surgery.
Click.
How's everyone doing?
Technically 17 damage because I had backstabber from that.
Well, yeah, no, he's super dead, and that's going to be out of initiative.
Our
Still
first
bleeding.
fight.
Well, my first action is to come look at Roderick's thigh where he got stabbed.
I'm going to try and unbleed Wittick.
I am probably gonna try that first.
Sure.
He was the subject of a treat wounds. Well, do you want to?
I believe for battle medicine, I think it's per person. Like, I think you are immune to different people's battle medicine separately.
Okay.
But also
definitely not treat wounds. But I mean, like I did kind of fuck that up earlier. So you definitely can't use like battle medicine and treat wounds are two different. I will 100% give you this one because I told you that earlier, Androck, and then took it away from you like a terrible parent at Christmas. So if you want to go ahead and do it this go, I'm cool with it. And
well, I think at this point it's the same either way. Since we're out of combat.
okay. Gotcha.
I forgot I unbleeded myself anyways.
So Glenn's gonna turn back into a satyr, and he's gonna try to treat wounds on you.
You should see the other guy.
So let me real quick.
Your guy goes to the hospital. Their guy goes to the morgue.
Which is also technically at the
Good
hospital.
move.
I ain't touching that fishy body.
Okay, I'm a dipshit, and I forgot to specify if I was making a regular check or an expert check.
I mean, we'll pretend it's a regular one because you would have failed the expert ones.
In that case, you regain 2d8.
I think that's how I actually probably need to roll that because it's important that you specify it before. And if you don't specify it, it's just a regular check.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
One like a real quick top up.
So that takes 10 minutes, but I have continual recovery, so I can just kind of keep doing that.
I also have continual recovery.
Which one's continual recovery? Okay.
You have time, right?
We can take a hot minute.
Depends on how long it takes to fix the van.
Yeah, take a vehicles check. Mr. Zezik.
But I also have some herbal medicine on hand.
It's probably going to take you a good hour. It looks like it was kind of messed up as it was. That, and you really want to try to buff out what you can for the damage on the pain.
Okay, so between the two of us, we each get 6 treat wounds checks to distribute how we want.
Yeah.
Actually, I guess 5 if I want to take 10 minutes to refocus as well.
Is it possible for me to try to weasel some kind of crafting check?
Yeah, I would say that you can definitely jury rig it. But that would be like, it's definitely going to work and definitely going to break later. So you can get like a quicker repair now, but you're going to have to spend more time later, and that later could be very soon. So if that's the risk you want to take, I'll definitely let you make a crafting check. It's kind of like you're putting fix-a-flat in your tire. Like, okay, well, this will work for now.
Yeah.
But I can't keep this up on this. He says, having definitely been a person who has run fix-a-flat for way longer than I should.
And how bad does Rod's wound look?
Not bad at all, in truth. It was
Okay.
5 damage.
A little bit of paper cut.
Actually, wait, I need to clarify. Because I completely forgot to ask while it was happening, but didn't want to interrupt combat. Critical hits. Does that only double the dice damage or the strength bonus damage?
Doubles everything, I think.
Yeah, it generally doubles everything, and there are exceptions to that. Like the persistent damage with those crits that they were doing, never gets doubled.
Even
Some
double
of them actually, if it's crit, it does more damage. Some of them, not all of them.
Yeah, some of them, it really depends on the effect, though.
A bunch of spells do it, for example.
Okay, it was 8 damage then.
Okay.
So would I take those 5 points if you haven't?
I'm still a professional. I'm not going to do risky surgery on you. But this is going to be a expert check, so DC 20.
Read it.
Yeah, you're fine. You're going to be good.
I appreciate the efforts, Doctor. Is there any chance you could also perform surgery upon my clothing?
There are people who are better than I am, but yes, give me a minute.
He mostly said it in jest.
Bert does not know jest.
And Glenn's gonna try an expert check for the second one on Wittick.
Oh boy.
Regular fail has no negative effect.
Yeah, it's just nothing happens. So that's 20 minutes in.
Zezik, do you have any damage? You do.
Yeah, he's working on the car, like, while you're doing that. Like,
Right, to treat him.
If you try to treat him, he kind of, like, shimmies away. Like, if you try to get his attention, he's kind of like, yeah, Like, he's engrossed in trying to fix the van. Mainly because he probably doesn't want to get ambushed by whatever's going to come looking for these three.
These things are definitely starting to stink in the sun, though. I mean,
Well, we have a few hours. He's gonna try and like dig a hole.
I was
bury
about to say, yeah. If you don't want medical care, I am immediately going to go and do a forensic analysis of one of these guys.
sure. I'd like to get the specifics to you on that later. But so is that like an ability, or is that like just something that you do?
It's something that I want to do. I can either do a medicine check or a lore surgery check, depending on what you feel is more appropriate.
Lore surgery, I would say. If you're doing like an autopsy, well, not an autopsy, but I guess not.
Yeah, I mean, if you consider it a forensic analysis, I get a bonus to that.
Oh, then yeah, no, that's fine.
Give me a second.
Are you looking at the bone?
I certainly am, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Meanwhile, Glenn's walking around patching things. Whittick's trying not to bleed. Laudikin's thinking about casting something.
So I get a +2 bonus, and I do it in half the time, just as far as analyzing the body and figuring out what's going on.
Okay, gotcha. I'd like to get the details to that to you later, because I definitely didn't write down an anatomical thing.
Yeah,
about
and
these guys.
it's not super important to the narrative so much as that's kind of Bert's thing. Is
Yeah.
He's here to analyze them.
Yeah, absolutely.
The fauna,
But
so-
suffice to say, you do get like a good idea of their anatomy, how they work. You know them well enough. As far from a strictly anatomical level.
Excellent. That's what I'm after. So probably snap a few pictures as well and draw those down later. Roderick, can you hold his jaws open? Well, of course you can. You have arms. Hold his jaws open.
If you insist on studying the macabre,
I am here to fill a museum. Yes, I do.
and Roderick goes over, he kind of kneels down and doesn't seem too bothered with the viscera as he holds it open for you.
There we go. It's a team effort.
The insides of this thing are pretty random. You kind of get like the general demi-human vibes kind of deal. Like, definitely got a bladder, got all the sweetbreads, like everything's there that you figured kind of should be there. But it's just, it is something unusual that you haven't seen before. It does kind of strike you as this was an intelligent creature that you just chopped apart. Whether Shaq gives a shit about that or not is up to you.
I mean, he was using
It's
tools,
11 HP.
but look at these jaws, these teeth. That's an unusual number of teeth. How many rows?
Working.
do they have? Shit.
What'd you get first? You kind of cut out there.
Well, Shax is working on everyone except himself and also started opening up bodies. He tries to do the 2-action heal on him, which is 11 HP back to Dr. Shax.
Oh, thank you.
No, that's definitely a heal that you probably haven't received before. So
Kind of like, oh, interesting.
your
I'll have to take
sinuses
some
clear.
notes later.
Is he still wounded after that?
Minor.
Lodigan is missing not much. Let me check out my character sheet. I'm only missing 2 HP. No, 3. So we should be cool. That's some good healing there.
Okay, then Glenn's just going to take the last 10 minutes to refocus and gain his focus point back.
Cool.
Yeah, and I'm only missing 3 after taking that elixir.
Oh, did we ever shut the radio off?
No, it's just squealing.
it's been yeah. That was your battle music the entire time.
Hell yeah.
The name of the album, Oops, All Drums. And now it's playing louder while he's working on the van.
Kobold step. So it does take a little time, but you do manage to kind of get everything hitched back the way it's supposed to be. Good once over, and everything does seem to be better. Yeah, Lodigan, so that heal definitely came real easy, a lot easier than you thought it would come. Even if yeah, I mean, you may not have even experienced anything like that before. Shaq certainly
weird.
has.
Usually it's a lot of effort and it's gone for a week or two. I feel less full, right?
Yeah, that juice went right out of you, and you're no refractory period. You're good to go.
Like perfect.
I must admit, the rumors of the magic in this land is certainly not as exaggerated as I anticipated.
What he said.
Yeah, it's still kind of sparkling, or at least for a little bit longer. It still kind of sparks a little bit at your fingertips, Roderick, as you manipulate your gun and kind of put that away. Like you still feel a little tingly sensation whenever you pick it up.
Yeah, he's actually used to like he gets one shot and then the magic fades. The fact that he got more than one and even then it's still working is like awe-inspiring to him.
It's not turning off, guys. It's not turning off. What do we do?
Call
Yeah,
sand.
kind
It's quite something. I don't think I've ever been able to channel so much so quickly before.
Have you ever done that before? Turn into a wolf?
Oh, no, that's normal.
That
Sorry.
I mean, it's not
Yeah.
well.
You did what? Oh, good heavens.
I borrowed a form that wasn't my own.
oh, honey, that's Saturdays for me.
What?
What does it even mean?
Yeah, the more I think about
Does it?
I'm gonna borrow this body for Saturday.
Does
Don't
it,
worry about it.
Just let it sink in. It's fine.
I'll give it back.
does it hurt at all when your body just kind of contorts like that?
well, it isn't so much that. It's changing. Forgive me, I don't really have the words to explain it.
And I'm
Quick
sorry,
change.
cast unnecessary levity on this, but all I can think is Glenn just turning to Whittigan saying, "Everybody do the scrunch.
Scrunch?
The scrunch."
Scrunch.
What is the scrunch?
I'm a lizard. I can't do the scrunchies.
Yeah.
It might be better to say that I'm not as attached to my form as you may be to yours. It doesn't feel unnatural at all for me.
Oh god, I'm very attached to this form.
Yeah. No, like I'm kind of attached to my bones.
Please sound.
Yeah, I almost lost most of mine, so I'd rather not.
We're fine if a little bloody. Here, let's patch that up. He's gonna like attempt this. He hasn't done this a lot before. But he's
I'm
gonna
at
try
full
and use-
health.
No, not you.
Oh.
Your clothes. I can't do shit about your full health. You've been treated for 30 minutes. He's gonna use the tidy function on this. Yeah, that's it. That feels great. Just letting it out.
Can you? Do you have to speak like that when you're fixing me up?
Dude, it feels like pissing after holding it in for 3 days.
Oh man.
Lottigan, unlimited piss, Ravenscar.
Please don't add that to my resume.
Well,
Too late.
I don't know if your wife is into that or something, but
No. He
Well-
says like someone who was attempted.
Van's ready to go. All's aboard who's coming aboard.
All right. Do you guys have anything else to do here before you continue?
I think this is it.
Rinse
All
my
right.
hands off. I'm good to go. Oh, well,
shotgun.
take my hand crossbow out of the driver's seat. It would be rude to leave it there.
You did get shotgun snap. Like I think shotgun resets after a battle. I think this rules is written.
No,
I think
that's
it's after everyone steps out.
Yeah, as soon as somebody steps out of shotgun, like somebody's allowed to climb up into the front when they vacate that seat. It's like the Wild West.
I'm just gonna sit here and look at you with the shit-eating grin.
Can we try this mixtape? He pulls one out of his coat.
what's Lottigan be?
That's a granola bar.
It's dancing. It's literally Dancing Queen. It's this world's version of ABBA.
You know, when you drive this van, you can choose the music.
Can you show me how to drive it?
No. And then he starts driving.
That's fair.
Just kicks it out of gear and go.
Ooh!
So you're not
Buckle up.
too far from your destination. So maybe another half hour driving or so. You kind of like the path that you're on kind of breaks into some more rolling hills before getting into much more like tread down road. Like obviously someone has been here for a while. And you see a couple of tents off in the distance.
Is that our destination?
Seems like.
It looks like a concert.
So, about how far out can I see the tents as they're coming up?
It's still daytime, but you kind of like got them over a hill. So you're, I don't know, maybe like a half mile up.
Land ho!
Stop using that word. I get excited for a moment.
Land?
Yes,
Ho!
that one.
All right. Anything special? You want to just wheel up on it?
We're going to like stop a bit short, and Zezik is going to turn to Dr. Shack and holds out his hand. I'm gonna need that bracelet back.
Oh, yeah, here you go.
Do.
Who here is the sneakiest of the group?
Not it.
I'm pretty sneaky.
I would say that it's probably me.
What?
Fight it out. Go on.
Well, no, I mean that I could borrow another form.
Oh, right.
Can you use mechanical bits while you're in that sneaky form? Better yet, can you speak
No,
common?
no, absolutely not.
Okay, looks like it's you, other sneaky person. I haven't learned your voice yet.
It's Mr. Witt.
My name's Whittick.
So
Hey,
he
y'all.
hands you like a little bracelet with a button and a grate on it. And it works like a radio that can communicate with the other bangle and the van.
Oh. Ooh, this is real fancy.
So you push this button here, and there's a bunch of feedback as you can hear the radio start to pick it up and his own bangle start to speak. So it's just like a bunch of loud echoing. Let's not do that again. Don't push that button while you're in the van. But this button will let you talk to us.
Gotcha. So what do you want me to do? Just sneak up in there and look for something, or
Yeah, like I don't think the boss man told us why we're here.
He did, though.
Yeah, it was just to kind of go see what happened because contact completely dropped with everyone on this island, and they knew that there was an encampment here, so they wanted you to go check it out and slap the hell out of anyone that was there, and then have them join your company.
all right, I can do a little recon and case this joint.
All right.
I believe in you.
Yeah.
Shotgun.
Oh,
The moment he steps
Damn.
out.
Cruel but fair.
Hey, you be careful. We're on a mission now. If you remember, I was designated leader. Sit down. And he points at the seat.
Who, me, Sid, or Lodigan?
Lodigan.
I am sitting. What seat that you're playing at?
I can't sit anymore.
Probably the one with your ass just vacated, like as soon as you try to stand up.
Just Zezek pushes a button and the passenger seat lowers like 7 inches.
Tilts backward.
So Whittick, let's see those stealth skills. Let's get to sneaking.
All right. So should I just roll stealth?
Yeah, I think that's a good. There's not a whole like there's the occasional tree here and there. So there's not a whole lot of cover. But you can at least not make a lot of noise as you get close to it and kind of keep to the trees as much as you can. So let's see how it goes.
All
Takes a
right.
little longer. All right. So you do remember to turn off the walkie-talkie. You get a little bit closer, and you're pretty much on top of the encampment. Just kind of crouched behind a rock, peering over it. You don't see any movement at all.
All right. I'm gonna whisper into the radio. I'm not seeing anyone around here.
Zezek will grab like a handheld for the radio instead of speaking into his personal, and just kind of ask, is there anything in the tents ahead that might be able to clue us in?
All right. Seeing nobody around, I'm gonna be a little less stealthy as I
Okay.
kind of just check out.
Just kind of
What's
trot up
around?
there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you kind of go up. So there's. Let me kind of flip over to this map. Dumb roll 20 question. If I shift click on the map, but then don't drag the player's icon over, what happens?
If you're just doing like you were doing a focus,
Yeah.
I don't think anything will happen
Did you guys just move to the encampment?
Yes.
We were on the encampment, yes.
temporarily. Yeah.
Huh. Okay. So this is what it looks like. There's just a couple of tents kind of around. There's some obvious signs that like someone had been here for quite some time. Like there's some boxes thrown around and some refuse and litter, chip bags, things like that. But there's no sign of life here.
This complicates things.
All right. All right, folks. I think the place is clear, and it's kind of lonely out here. Y'all want to join?
10-4, rolling up the van.
Yeah. 1427. Over and out.
So he kicks the engine back on. Like, how loud are Magitech engines, like for vehicles?
Pretty loud. Like you can hear them coming from quite a ways away. Inside it's not too bad. Like you could talk over it, you can listen to music, things like that. But they're not stealthy at all. There's an upgrade that you can get later that makes them significantly quieter, but other than that, you can hear them coming pretty far away.
So would you say it's like a pickup truck with a straight pipe?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So they like, if there's anyone here, they definitely heard you come up, but they probably didn't see Whittick come up on them. So you driving a little closer, seeing what's up?
Yeah, like I'll drive up to the camp and I'll actually climb up on top of the van with my gun and kind of like scan the horizon, see if there's anything else up.
Sure, give me a perception check.
And bird of prey just swoops.
Just snatches him up.
Oh no, our leader!
Yeah, you didn't see that eagle in time. It just sweeps down and grabs you and carries you to sea.
No, like a small dog.
No, it's actually kind of quiet. Like you can hear some birds kind of chirping in the distance a little bit. Wind's rustling a bit. It's a wonderful day, even as it cools off and gets starting to get into later afternoon. There doesn't seem to be anyone around here. It's a little bit tranquil. So what do the rest of you do?
I'll pile out of the van
for-
when it's close.
First, getting out of the vehicle because it's cramped in there.
I'd blame not wanting to walk because I'm shorter, but I'm also faster than everybody else in this group, so
You move very fast.
I've got a 30 move speed, so.
Alright, so you guys approach the campsite. Just like what it reported, it doesn't seem like anyone's here. There's been signs that someone was here a while ago, but it doesn't really seem like anyone's been here in months.
Curious.
Safe to assume that this is not the results of our other party members on this voyage.
It would have been the first expedition, right?
No assumptions. Look around.
Kind of
tents are still
surprising the
here.
tents are still up. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't have time to pack up.
Yeah, there's a couple of like holes in them here and there, but yeah, they're still standing.
I want to poke in this red one.
Sure. Is there an investigation skill, or is it just all perception?
Perception this one, I think.
Perception related, there's a search action that's used during like movement, but well, basically you can like take 10 minutes to thoroughly search an area.
Okay. So that's what you're doing. So that would be perception. So why don't you just tell me what exactly you're doing, unless you're just kind of giving everything a good general search. Kind of sticking your head in the tent. It looks like kind of pretty much what you find in the tent. A bunch of sleeping bags, like empty tuna cans, things like that. Bunch of strung up papers and books and everything. So that's pretty much going to blow away anything else that would show up here. So let me just get down to the nitty gritty. So kind of looking around here. This was like a small. Oh gosh, I don't know the word for it. Kind of like a naturist kind of encampment. Like these folks would be out here kind of studying animals and plants and things like that. So a lot of the sketches here are very interesting to both Glenn and Shaq. So there's some neat stuff in here. Some personal journals, things like that. Most of it's just going to be like personal effects. So it's like clothes and food and things like that. No matter how much you look, there's not really any kind of valuables here. Either that might have been long cleaned out before you arrive. You do make specific notice that no one has been here in a long time. It has been at least 6 or 7 months since anyone was in foot in this camp. But kind of looking around, you do notice some very heavy footsteps that are a little bit more recent around the camp. They're a lot more heavy sunk in. They don't really match any kind of footprint that you've ever seen before. They look vaguely humanoid, but far too large.
So my thing here should specifically let me try to recall knowledge about whatever it was that left tracks, if I can do that.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Absolutely hit it.
Never mind.
Unfortunate.
No, you know what? I'm using my hero point.
Okay, go for it. Tell us how you heroically do this.
He has a big thonk.
Okay.
Very hard.
A slightly bigger thunk. So it's hard to tell. Like it looks honestly just like a big old human foot, but it's like way too big for it to be that. Weirdly, the way that it's pressing down in the earth doesn't look comfortable. Like it looks like it might. It's almost like if you saw like a baby fawn walk kind of deal. It's just very staggered and clumsy. Like
Strange.
the weight in it's just a little bit too odd for it to be that. Plus the size of it is about 4 times bigger than what you'd imagine.
Whatever left these, it wasn't walking normally. Odd weight distribution. Maybe wounded, maybe intoxicated.
Given the age of the rest of the camp, it has to be comparatively recent.
And the tracks don't seem human exactly.
If there was the opportunity for him to be wounded, wouldn't we see other signs such as blood splatter?
Not if it was an old wound.
Or
If it was an old wound, ignore me.
What if you mentioned bar in other forms? What if it was a person that was turning into something else?
A bigger person.
It's
No,
it's hard to rule out much at all at this point.
That's not silly. There's something along those lines on record. So
Oh god, he's just a big dude.
He's just a big old guy.
hi,
Fucking with it.
You
Go, let's get out of here.
my name's William, and I'm big.
Large William. Final boss, Large William.
It's a big William.
Every third of his life, he goes up another size category and adds another E.
My friends call me Big Willie.
Okay, here's a thought. Glenn might check around for food scraps to see whether they were like eating the local flora and fauna or anything.
Sure, yeah. So I'll roll that into your survival check.
Okay.
Sorry, that got me really good. Jeez. Okay. So you look through the food scraps. Most of the tins and everything are just gone. Like there's some traces in there, and what wasn't removed is long since rotted. So it's a little.
I was thinking the fire pit, like if there's bones.
Oh, gotcha. So they're much older than kind of what the rest of the camp would kind of. So it looks like someone years ago ate a bunch of chicken wings and then very neatly stacked the bones in the corner. But past that, there's no evidence of anyone actually using this fire in about that same time.
Okay, so when you say years ago, does that mean it's sort of implied that something was here before the expedition landed and that they took over this site from whatever might have been here previously?
No, I'm sorry. So someone at this expedition site was eating. There's evidence of that you can see. But then that evidence stops after a certain point, and it's very pointed. Because some of the other food scraps and bits that you're finding around don't quite match up that same date. So they stopped using the fire, but people were still eating around this area.
There may have been something wrong with the local wildlife. Look, at some point they stopped eating meat from what game they could salvage here. I assume they fell back on their supplies, perhaps, or or maybe they were no longer able to hunt.
So I'm definitely a
Can
child.
we get a band sprite?
One sec. So I'm definitely a child, and I'm kind of going to laugh when I say this, but you definitely do figure it out from some of the poop around the camp.
Yeah.
Like it's not meeting what you would expect normal human or demi-human refuse to match.
These boulders are poop.
I'm going to look, especially inside the tents, for any signs of struggle, blood splatter, that sort of thing.
Nothing like that. I mean, it's definitely a mess. But there's no signs of struggle. No one terribly torn apart by a werewolf or anything like that.
Okay.
Just nobody here. Does that answer your question, Android?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you have come?
Can we get a van on the board?
Yeah, maybe. Hang on. Let me go get it. I'm gonna have to save this fucking van, ain't
Probably.
Ask and you receive.
It's a party member now.
I was
Close.
listening to the.
The size was close.
Oh boy.
it? Whenever you park, it immediately deploys a 2x8 blue rectangle.
Parking.
Yeah, it's magic.
It's a parking spot so that no one can bitch about where it's parked.
But yeah, you get a little static on the radio.
Yeah, so he's kind of going through the frequencies, trying to see if he can't get anything. Because if anything, like this would be the place to try to pick up on a distress or signal or something.
Definitely. So it takes some tuning, so you get the thing going on for a bit. But eventually, you pick up someone speaking to you directly. And it's just kind of repeat. Team 2 of Operation Lighthouse. This is Alan Hill of Team 3. Please respond. Team 2, Operation Lighthouse. This is Alan Hill. Team 3, please respond.
Wait, which team are we?
You're 2. This is you. This is you.
I'm gonna use the bracelet that I still have and say, "This is Team 2 here."
It goes off of it goes just straight back to Zezek's walkie-talkie. So the bracelet.
Hello.
Zezek clicks off his bangle and picks up the handheld. This is Team 2. Brought in.
Oh, thank God! We thought we'd lost you out there. Hey, we've reconvened with Team 1 here. We got an interesting situation. Whatever you find, here's the coordinates and the direction from where you should be. Why don't you head out this way and wrap up for the day? We got some stuff to discuss here. Whenever you're ready, of course.
Dan 4, we're gonna wrap up what we've got going on here. We found some kind of exploration camp, and no personnel accounted for.
Oh, that ain't good. Well, whatever. Just get here about as quick as you can, yeah. And then there's a click as it cuts on the other line.
Furiously gathering notes and sketches before crawling in the back of the van.
Shotgun.
Well, so much for hoping the other teams had better luck.
So, Whittick, I'm gonna want that back.
I guess so.
Why are you all crawling under the van? Shouldn't we be getting in it?
I mean, we don't have the van sent to back.
Oh, I thought it might make you feel more comfortable, Shorty.
Oh, a short joke.
Short joke, huh? You get to ride in the back. You ride in the trunk.
What I call shotgun.
I don't care.
No, shotgun.
You can either ride in the back or ride on top.
We can leave the top for the halberd.
Come on, Shaq. Hop up front.
Bang!
We're all hidden now. Then.
All right, cool. So is there anything else you want to do here before you set out?
So it was all just like personal effects, like.
Did we gather any like documents or notes they had?
Yeah, I mean you could kind of scoop everything up. I can get you like a summary later, but most of it's just like kind of naturalist stuff. Like, look at this cool bird I saw. I'm going to talk about this bird.
Weird fan
things
fiction.
like yeah. So
Somebody's like, "Dear diary, I'm leaving this audio log in case the monster gets me."
He actually wrote it down, which is really weird.
Did anybody leave any mixtapes? Preferably with a lot of drum.
You do find one very, very notable thing. There's there's one piece of paper that with a very hastily scrawled message that says this.
Ooh. We creepy pasta now, boys.
Oh, along with the rest of the naturalist notes, I'm taking that.
I have an interesting theory. When involving the incident involving them no longer using fire to cook their meat, perhaps it wasn't a lack of ability to hunt, but a desire to remain stealthy, as fire would give off a smoke trail for something hunting them.
Perhaps. It's impossible to rule anything out, though I would wonder why they would stay in the same location at that point.
So, you did say
Perhaps it's a
something
rendezvous
about
point.
a bunch of bones, like stacked neatly in a corner, right?
Yeah, somebody had wings. Like that's all it was.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a second. Oh no.
I think the only certainty here is that we don't know nothing.
Well, if nothing else, we should be wary of eating anything we find here for now.
Back
Thank
to
you,
granola
Logid.
bar.
I approve this being our theme song.
Yeah, this. We're Team V, by the way, not B.
Team Vengabus.
So yeah, he drives after like coordinating on the map like where he is and trying to navigate. He actually leaves the radio silent.
Okay.
Like just on the communication frequency that they reached him on.
Ginvinga boys. All right, cool. So that's gonna wrap up this mini bit here, but there's a little bit more that I want to do with the first team, which will probably be the last time we'll all be in a call together. So give me just a second and let me see who I can raise here.
It'll be a team fight.
Yeah, everyone
Hell yeah,
fights.
let's do
This
it.
is gonna be a
PvP.
16-man brawl.
It's fucking. I don't want to run
Oh,
West March.
ooh, ooh. I want to play ADC. Bill.
Commit or feed.
Stupid Kronos.
Forgot how fucking catchy this song is. That's gonna be stuck in my head forever.
All right, so I'm gonna give it about like 5 minutes or so to see who shows up, and that will also give me time to finish some stuff up.
I shall take this time to be right back.
Same here.
Sure. I kind of want a little, you know, those pixel art animations, little 16-bit or 24-bit ones or whatever, 64-bit.
Like sprites?
Yeah, like little, not sprites, like pixel art, and it's like kind of detailed. But it's like this bus or this van just kind of driving at night, everyone's head sticking out,
Gotcha.
and it Venga bus
Hell yeah.
in the playing.
Hello.
Hi. You know, like in this style.
Gotcha. God, we have so many people. It's fantastic.
So many people.
I know, I love it.
It's pretty easy for me to handle though, especially with like 5 or 6 man part.
Yeah.
We're all ready for the PvP. It's a free for all. Hello.
Hi there.
I would like to take my first action to shoot myself in the face.
Cliff.
See, if it's a free for all, I don't know how I'm gonna fare. I might do okay, actually.
I haven't set up a character sheet yet, so I wouldn't fare well.
Yeah, fair.
Wittick would probably immediately crumple and die unless Shaq was there to stab him in the leg full of medical juice or something.
Cut them open, put some herbs in, stitch it up. You'll be fine.
No, that those weren't herbs. That was just a guy named Herb.
Like his remains?
No.
Just a little bitty.
I just imagine like a midlife crisis fairy.
No.
Can someone roll me a 1d69?
Ooh.
And Feck with a roll.
What'd you get? I can't look.
D8.
What
Roll.
what was it again?
I got 58.
Ha! 7.
There we go. The streak is broken.
I got 58. He's the first to roll.
Give me 2 more. If there's rolls after Feck, give me what those are.
57, 53.
You're rolling a 1d169, right?
Yep.
57 and 53?
Yeah, it was 58, 57, 53.
What the fuck? Okay, give me the next 2.
7 and 24.
Oh, one more time. Hello?
7
7.
and 4.
I return.
Sorry, what was that?
Zulu comes out and we have to 10v1 him.
All right. So who we got in here? We got quite a bit of people. Okay, cool. So day goes on. Eventually, the third team arrives back at your. God, I love that aesthetic. I'm sorry. Arrives back at your camp. And then the second team arrives as well. So everyone's kind of together. Among you, Rook, by the way, is with that third team. As is Evie, and only Evie. And then there's 4 other people and a dog. So the person that the radio earlier is Alan. He's a goblin. It's fairly well spoken, but he's been kind of for the first team. He enters the camp. Is like, everybody not here. What's going on? Declines to discuss anything until he radios the second team and has everybody together. So all of you are together if you want to discuss your various adventures in Agar so far for just a little bit.
Well then, look
I
what the
lo-
cat.
Hi, I lost my lunch and got stabbed brutally in the chest quite a few times.
Hey, though, pat.
Hey, looks like your scrap bike didn't break down.
Oh, I didn't get to take it. I had to sit back at the camp the whole time. I'm a bit disappointed.
Well, before anything else, don't eat anything that grows on this island until we've figured out more.
Oh no. And I shoot some eyes over to, it was Dub, right? To John. Why not?
I eat something?
You did.
No,
Flower.
it was,
Almost immediately.
no, who was that?
That was John.
I'm just picturing Lodigan like stuffing his
Lodigan.
face full of jerky that he found under a rock, saying, "I can't help myself."
I just can't help. I do raise my hand though. I had some sand, just a lick.
We found a camp left by the previous expedition, and from what we could see, they ate some of the local flora and fauna for a while. And then at some point, they stopped for some reason, presumably switching back to their own supplies. We think they may have learned something.
Yeah, they
But
get shot right in the eye. That-
something
Else.
found them. No. They thought something would find them. That's...
Another possibility. We aren't certain yet.
Perhaps I'm reading up too far into it, but it seems interesting that they chose the what is it? Pronoun? They chose to use the term it rather than they or him or her.
Well, we came back with one less, our commander. And I suppose that they or the it that found him may have been themselves. He was shot by, as best as we could tell, another person. Like us, but we didn't get a good look. In fact, I don't know where Samo went off, but he was the only one that really saw it.
That
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to ask you to take a moment to repeat the first part of that statement. The commander is dead?
The chief, I'm guessing.
Yes. What was his name? Shit, hang on.
Jack Browning?
That one, Browning.
Let's ignore that.
We've brought. We could have him back. He's in one piece for the most part, but no longer with us. He was.
I'm sorry. You said he was shot, like with a gun.
A bolt, a crossbow.
Okay, whoever here has a crossbow, eyes on you.
Putting on the gloves.
Likely do.
Know how to use my crossbow. Just saying, I also was with my party the entire time.
Well, that's fair.
Bones.
Yes.
Where's the body?
I will hand it over, assuming we had no trouble getting it back to the group.
Retrieve it from your inventory.
Out of your
Like
pocket.
implies you're just holding onto it.
Yep,
Yeah.
I just pull it out of my front trouser pocket, and it like pops out like Animal Crossing.
Here's Chief Browning. Anyway.
I assume we probably got him in wraps. Samo, even though he's not here, out of character, is probably carrying him, or possibly layered on his horse.
Pitsy's here somewhere.
Wait, is he?
Yep.
Oh, there he is. Hey, perfect.
But if there are people here, then at least some of the plants and animals must be edible.
This is going to drive me crazy. One of us, who was it? I don't remember, but somebody ate a flower almost immediately upon setting foot upon this island. Was it Rune? I think it was Rune.
I think it was.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, "What a pretty flower," and then he ate, and it.
Like immediately.
While Bones is assessing the body, Glenn is going to assess Rune.
Probably a good idea.
He looks injured too, so maybe you could help him.
Give me a couple of checks. I want to keep this moving a little bit, but give me a what exactly are you looking for on route? Just a general check?
Yeah, just like yeah.
Go for
Is
it.
there anything magically wrong with him? I know that you can detect faint auras.
First glance, just a quick little turn your head and cough kind of deal. He seems okay. No nausea, nothing like that. Seems all right.
Check the butt.
Seems.
That's a 19. It didn't include the +2.
Oh, on the. What exactly are you looking for here?
Doing a analysis. Obviously, he was killed by a crossbow bolt. Is there any unusual necrotization of the flesh?
There is notably not. It as far as you could tell, it looks like a dude that got specifically shot in the eye with a crossbow bolt and then had it ripped out rather violently.
Okay.
Jahudun, is that you?
I caught some of it. In fact, I should have a pretty clean shot of the impact. I was focused on him when he was shot on video, as well as some other things that might be useful. We were attacked by some wolf-like creatures. We can review all that footage and try to come to the bottom of it.
We do it now.
Well, we had our own run-ins with the wildlife.
Fish people.
I'd call them wildlife, more locals.
Oh yeah,
They had spears.
Anorak's character has one of those on the back of his horse.
He's got one of the whole ass wolves, right?
Yeah, he's got one of the whole ass wolves.
Yeah, and we did bring it back for study, just in case. We also
Alive?
caught some footage of the way that they fight. They move as a group. They hunt as a pack. They seemed coordinated.
More coordinated than the standard wolves that we are aware of?
Oh, I couldn't say for certain, but perhaps somebody who's more knowledgeable about wildlife could analyze the footage.
That man turned into a wolf. It's like, he must be the expert.
A moment for Team A. This is of no consequence, but this man would have lived if our chief had actually provisioned a doctor for every team. That's all there is. It's too late now.
I'm sorry, are you saying that this man could have survived being shot in the eye with a crossbow?
Absolutely. I have seen and fixed injuries as bad or worse than this. This is a survivable incident. He did not survive. That's all there is to it.
Where is this? Where is this saving throw? Here we go. Okay, cool.
It's a good saving throw.
Indeed, I believe headshots are survivable.
Can I cut in? Hey, do I have a second? Says the little goblin, kind of tugging at whoever's Evie's shirt sleeve. I'm just a little guy, but I'd like to say something here. Hey, everybody. I'm Alan. I think I talked to some of you earlier. I kind of got some news to share. So we tried to radio back to the Arc 2. They're not responding. They're out of range, and that's a pretty big range on that radio. I'm getting nothing but static, and there were a lot of people on that ship.
So we're stranded?
It seems like it.
Alan.
What strength radio? Do you think we could try to rig ours together to try to reach them?
I ain't no machine. I don't know these things.
Can anyone build a flare?
I don't know.
I can.
Excellent.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Alan, are the landing craft still on the beach?
Yeah, but I mean, they ran up on the beach. They weren't really meant for reuse, you know. Like they just kind of shoot out like little missiles, and then they hit the thing. But yeah, I mean, we could get back to it.
Okay, it's something. It's not nothing.
Yeah, we may be able to perhaps refuel them or something. I don't know exactly how they function.
Is it possible that their radio or ours is just broken?
Maybe. I mean, there was some weird interference when we went through that portal. You all felt that.
Yes, it could be the portal.
It seems more likely that there's interference, and a physical signal may prove a bit more useful in this situation.
Either way, I mean, I think now I'm not a leadership kind of guy here, but I think we should probably stick in here for the long term. Maybe build up some defenses. I mean, you're saying there are wolves and crazy fish people with spears and a guy with a crossbow. I don't, I'm not a fighter or nothing.
So I say it does not hurt to assume the worst, but we should not instantly jump to that conclusion. We should get food and water. Glenn, can I trust you to take a look over any food gathering and at least give your expertise on that?
You can.
Excellent. Zezik.
Yes, Doc.
At some point, you, myself, and Bones, we're going to have to get to those landing craft, touch base with the crew that's there, and see if they have any additional information. I know there were radios on that boat, and Ensign Williamson was trying his hardest.
I'm still here. Don't. It's listen. I'm not a boat pilot. I don't know these things.
You done
I
good.
promise it's not a mutiny.
Pertaining to the defenses, we did manage to find a rather large deposit of what was it?
Buxomite? Was it?
Buxomite. Yes, that's the one. Useful, very useful. Those of you who have magical inclinations, and in fact, even myself with just an inkling of it, you can reshape it in a moment's notice. We can use it to grant walls and tents and structures, and we built this watchtower in, I don't know, 20 minutes. It was incredible. We can use that to fortify the place to some degree.
Fascinating.
How much of the stuff have you got?
Oh, a mountain of it.
Is that
that's
the splotch?
Yeah,
in the
this
middle?
is this
Okay.
big old.
Oh,
Spot.
that's it.
Yeah, this is
Vaguely
a massive
gesturing.
amount of it. So like they like chipped off like a couple of chunks and then made a like a plywood barrier and then this
I
watchtower.
thought that was a crater.
I imagine that's probably just like a very simple 10-foot wooden fence, or even just like spike fence or whatever. Then a watchtower and then a little shack. Notably, though, the reason that we built these defenses here is this is where the well, and he just kind of draws his finger across his neck. They were defending it, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean if we're here, I mean this is a nice wall and everything, man, but I don't really want to get caught without with the pants down kind of. Plus,
Absolutely. Let's make cannons.
Plus, I don't really want to, cuddle up certain people, and he cuts. Oh fuck, where is he? Jan, just a dirty look.
I like that Jan's the one getting the shit here. I love Jan. Jan's wonderful.
Jan's great.
So, you lot also forgot a little bit of our story there. Getting someone.
Did someone else die?
Little Miss Stumbling Maureen? Huh? Take his little charm out and wiggle it around.
Yeah, so he's got like a twisted bit of hair with like some like fish bones all gnarled up.
Who's stumbling Maureen?
Oh, go up north. Go up north, right? There's a river. When I get across the river, we set up a path, problem. You got an egg in there. You're gonna have to give up your first child or whatnot to get across,
Do we know if perhaps those trinkets are transferable? I don't know how the policies of hags are concerned.
I don't feel like scamming her.
Mr.
Bad idea, innit?
It is worth mentioning, it did seem that Jean was... You paid some sort of a price for that. We haven't quite gotten to the bottom of all of it, have we?
That sounds like a tale to tell. Mr. Roderick, can you take a look at that charm, please? You seem inclined to such things.
I suppose, and he'll reach over to give it a look, and I definitely want to cast detect magic to see if it's actually magical or just
Yeah,
random.
you've got magic in this area.
Yeah, I think you need to read aura on it if you want to learn stuff about it, or is that only people?
We did that. It is definitely faintly magic. We were able to deduce that it is essentially a glorified receipt for all intents and purposes. It simply proves that John here made some sort of a deal or a bargain, and it was struck true.
Roderick kind of folds his fingers together and like just stares at him and says, "A bargain, you say? I am going to need all of the details."
Real quick, just to clarify one point, you do distinctly remember her saying, "As long as your friends got these, you can come over all you want."
Perfect. The transferable. We got it.
In fact, you could just probably tie one to the top of the van, and you'd be fine.
Yeah.
Hey, the whole van.
Put it as an air freshener.
There you go.
One
Air stinking.
It's so
like,
ugly. I love
God,
it.
yeah, it will never not stop smelling.
I probably have tried to Presto it. Now that I realize I can cast magic like over and over instead of having to wait a week like back home, I probably tried to Presto it like 8 or 9 times, but it still smells.
Yeah, it still smells. It's still kind of slimy. Like not like it's just like holding a fish. It's like you're holding a dead fish the entire time, made of hair. It is probably the single most disgusting thing that you've ever. Actually, you know, like when you clean out a drain and there's all that hair and shit that's in there. It's that.
Is it consistently moist?
Always. It never stops being just a little
Slimy.
That is not going in my van.
Yeah, I don't really need to continue harping on the description of this thing. It is a terrible, disgusting little implement.
one more thing.
Yes.
Lodigan and Samo. Shovels and a hole outside the wall. Alan, Ensign, do you know if the chief had any religious inclinations?
They kind of both look at each other.
I did not know the man.
Yeah, they kind of look back, and it's quiet for a couple of seconds. And then Cadet Williamson's finally, you know, honestly, he was kind of a jerk.
It's a bit of a git.
Just kind of, yeah. I don't know what that word means, but you know, I'm doing my best out here.
Jerk is not a religion. The man is dead, and I respect what is left of him.
Okay, no, that's fair, but I don't. You know, I'm sorry, Doc. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so.
Ensign, deep breath. I understand. We'll give him a burial and respect him by all the gods. That's all there is to it.
I could perform a basic service of anything that would typically be done in Everautumn.
Ms. Evie, thank you. I appreciate it.
I would like to give this. You said it's a goblin, right?
Oh, Alan is a goblin.
I would like to give him my water skin. And if he takes a drink out of it, it is whiskey.
No, he just he has an almost violent reaction to your presence.
Okay, good.
I love that animosity between you. It's the cutest thing, and I ship it.
Jeez.
You're gonna hate fuck so hard.
Could I try to experiment with the bauxite? Or how is it pronounced again? Bauxamite?
Buxamite.
Bauxamite.
Yeah, doing what exactly?
I want to try to make like just a simple table, like, for lack of a better word, like one of those about as sturdy as one of those folding poker tables.
You
like
okay?
2 foot by 2 foot, 4 legs. That's it.
Yeah. So you chip it off there, and you kind of hold it and you wish as hard as you can, and you kind of make what would resemble a table almost, kind of. It seems like it might blow over at a stiff breeze.
Sure, that's perfectly fine. So Roderick's going to turn to the others, leaning on the table, and say, "So, if my understanding is, the current plan of action is attempting to reconnect contact with the Ark 2, correct?"
Yes, I think that's probably our best plan of action.
And making sure we have the means to survive in the meantime.
Right, got a shovel.
So it's like that. It's like that one scene in the page, where Mel Gibson sits down in his chair and he's real proud about it, and he looks around and it just falls apart. It just immediately just collapses underneath you. It seems like you can kind of work it, but anything like that's super intricate takes a little more time.
Sure,
But
sure.
while you're kind of picking yourself up, make me a perception check, Mr. Roderick.
Because I absolutely have a good history of those.
I believe in you. See, look at you. So you look over behind what is also possibly the shittiest building that has ever been created. Actually, it's probably not that bad. It's just plywood that's leaning up against posts, and that's about the best you got. But you see two little curious, intelligent eyes and a pair of big old ears sticking out from behind this building.
Ooh.
Dobby!
Looking at you.
Well, good morning there, sunshine.
Let me share a picture. Shit, let me upload a picture. Hold up.
I do make a note while he's uploading this picture to Bird. I kind of come over and very discreetly whisper, I do think I'd like to at some point speak with you about our patients. You mentioned something earlier that caught my ear.
The chief or...
Yes.
It's adorable. I love it.
Oh my goodness, look at it.
When we have time.
Oh my goodness.
He after his pratfall with the table, he sits up and kind of hunches down, not unlike someone who's trying to make nice with a dog, and just says, is there any chance that we share a language at the moment?
It blinks one eye at you and then slowly the other. But it doesn't seem scared of you at all. It just kind of pulls around in a sense, and all of you can see this guy. He kind of pulls around the corner of the building and just stands there and stares up and kind of looks over at the big pile of minerals and then your terrible table.
Beautiful.
Oh, were you going to say anything else?
No, go for it.
It is approaching, correct?
Not so much. It's just like standing at the corner, like looking. It's just got a very slow blink. You can see under its big tuft of fur, underneath its chin. It's got like a little skull mask on. It does have a little leather collar.
A collar?
And now I immediately regret not taking comprehend languages. So Roderick's gonna kind of slowly try to beckon it over in a real friendly way.
Is animal handling a thing in this? It's got to be, right?
It is, yeah.
Also, is Fitzy still here?
Yeah, what's up?
I sent you something, by the way.
Specifically, command animal is a trained-only nature check.
Okay. Do you have that? Does anyone have that?
Nature.
I have trained nature, but I'm futzing with a radio.
Yeah, Glenn's nearby. I wanted you to try to commune with this little dude.
Would be an argument. Okay, what is command animal?
So command animal is normally used for like animal companions and things, but I think you can like attempt to use it to a lesser extent on regular animals. But also, I mean, you can just make a nature check and hand wave it.
Yeah, like it's specifically if you're trying to get a creature that you can't communicate with to do something, and then it's a check versus their will DC.
I don't think you ever want me to talk to something because it will be like those ghost hunters that are yelling at the ghost to 1v1 them.
It's like that. God, there's a give where somebody's just like dancing in front of the.
Fight me, goat man!
Oh my goodness.
I can get my gameplay of Phasmophobia from here.
So it is untrained.
So well, anyway, it does kind of come over to you both. Like Glenn and Roderick kind of squat down and beckon it over. So it does have a tag on its collar. Before you can really get a read on it, it reaches out and it touches Roderick's hand. Holds it with its weird little four-fingered hand. After a second, it makes like a wind-up bark at you, and then picks up the bits of bucksnite that he had, and then in just seconds of like flailing and slamming something, and it's a little hard to keep, but it's created the exact vision of a poker table that was in your head.
Ooh.
It then burps once and sits down.
Get served.
Oh, if I think I'll kill everyone here and then myself.
Fascinating.
Ah,
Just
have so
been
many
derided
talented
by a
short
mute.
folk.
God.
You don't suppose that thing is adept at manufacturing with this?
I think we're past supposition.
Roderick's gonna, stand up and lean on it again and see if it at least supports his weight.
Yeah, it's definitely supported. Like notably, it's taken like your exact vision out. So if there was any like flaws in that vision, it's replicated it there. But it's a nice sturdy table. Like you thought about a sturdy poker table, and it's made one.
So like the longer he looks at it, the more his face goes from amused to confused to concerned.
The 3 stages of grief.
If nobody else immediately does it, Bones goes over and tries to like act like please. He tries to reinforce his behavior. He tries to like make soft and gentle noises at this thing. He tries to hand it something shiny. What does he got? He'll hand it like the harmonica to play with. He's trying to show that we're grateful to this thing.
It doesn't seem to respond so much, but it like okay, like you know when somebody just has that cat and you pet it and the cat's just like okay cool.
Oh no, they're cats.
Glenn, from your nature check, you can tell this thing is probably as dumb as a brick. Like there's just not a lot of knowledge in those eyes. Like there's curiosity, it's knowing what's going on. But if left to fend for itself, it would probably die immediately.
We have to protect it.
Is Thybone around? And can I, if he is, can I send him over to protect this thing?
You do have 2 dogs actually. You've got Thybone, who was the only member of your party that went with you. And then there's another dog, which is a much smaller, yappier dog. But yeah.
So one thing Roderick wants to try, he's not going to say anything to it. He's going to squat back down. He's going to hold his hand out and think very carefully about him and it shaking hands. Something like real simple, but he's trying to see, was this just a coincidence or is this thing reading his goddamn mind?
So it kind of looks up at you, and just tilts its head kind of to the side. It has no idea what you're doing to it.
Are they docile enough that Glenn can check their tag now?
Yeah, absolutely. It says that.
While that's going on, can I grab like a handful of buxomite? Buxom. Tolero.
Yeah, it just says this on it. Yeah, you can chip off a little bit.
I'm gonna try and bring it over, and like think of say a glass.
Just like what you got, like a glass of water.
Yeah, just like a wine glass, fancy.
Okay. So it kind of does the same thing. Like it almost senses what you're trying to do, and then like wriggles away from Glenn. Put this weird little hand on yours. Does this little chirp bar. Only takes a little bit of it, and then makes a little wine glass. It's not. It's definitely not fancy.
Mhm.
It's a little bit broader than you think that it would be for a wine glass, but it is a wine glass.
Holy heck, guys!
Well, then I see why somebody would keep this thing.
Its name is Natalie. Oh no! Please return to Natalie Tulero.
Its name is.
Sorry, it was tilted. I only saw the Natalie Tulero part.
Well, it says number 41, which, well, that implies a whole number of things.
Mr. Samo, isn't that your name?
Yeah, I was going around to go and start digging, and I heard y'all talking. But what?
Yeah.
Do you have any relatives?
You know, Natalie.
I hope he has relatives.
I mean, that's actually why I came here.
Yeah. If you're looking
Was
for one of them.
well, because so Natalie was on the first expedition.
Mhm.
I'm looking for her.
Well, then I think she may be looking for this.
She must have been
I
here.
hope everything's all right.
I do too.
It
Uh,
yawns with 60% of its face.
Does it like food? Let's feed
like
it.
that.
They're named Nails.
This whole time I was
Giving
waiting.
Nails all of my fried chicken immediately.
This whole time I was waiting to say, "What you lot doing? Give the lad some nosh, huh?"
I can understand every second word you
What's
say.
what's a nosh?
Give him some
It's,
nosh.
What's a
Seems-
nosh?
Disinterested. It wouldn't take anything that I tried to give it.
Okay. Pull out one of my rations and try to hand it to it.
if you try to give it food, I'm sorry, I missed that. I heard harmonica. If you try to give it food, yeah, it like takes it and like takes a couple of bites and then like drops it and kind of does the object impermanence thing with it.
Pick it back up and hand it to it again.
Yeah,
Love
it
it.
just keeps going. It's
Jesus.
We need to find more of them.
Samo, was that your name, good sir?
Yeah.
Well, I think it has been determined that the level of intelligence this critter has is dubious at best. If this is perhaps connected to this Natalie that you are looking for, perhaps you could take a small piece of this. Actually, do you have any magical inclinations?
I mean, I've seen magic. That's about it.
I had the thought if you could imagine Natalie's face, it might turn might make a sculpture and recognize that that's what you're looking for.
Flesh sculpture.
Yes, I don't. That would be. I mean, you do as you wish. It's your sister, not mine. But I'd be quite worried about getting not quite a sculpture from it.
Wife, but
A wife. I'm so sorry. Yes.
just get a pair of big old wooden titties.
Oh, you're looking for. Was that what he was saying? No. The problem with this is I think it just makes what's on your mind. I don't know if it recognize it. It doesn't seem to have any object permanence.
I am so tempted to exploit this for gold or something, but at the same time, I don't know if we should be.
I mean-
the local. I'm not convinced it's as dumb as it seems. That's mighty magic for a dumb thing to do.
Right. Well, first things first. The mystery is no one is here, and this thing is still here. We better start protecting it. I'm gonna need a shovel.
Yes.
We We might want to think about making some kind of camp for the night too.
I agree, some sort of shelter. Did we want to try to get back to the boats today, or are we gonna do it overnight?
About what time of day is it?
It's definitely getting late.
We already have a partial structure here, and we have the means to make more if it's willing to assist us. I would say we dig in here. We probably wanted to secure this, and he sort of knocks on the box tonight. If
You're
we
right.
stay around.
Approximately all of our team is covered in blood and probably wants to take a rest.
Yeah.
Oh, I can fix that, by the way. Apparently, frequently. It's the strangest thing. I've never been able to do it like I can out here.
It's never felt so great.
I have soap.
Soap.
I do too. I wasn't sure what to expect. I didn't realize I'd be able to just like that.
We have a bathtub.
Seems soap is going to be out of style.
We
here
can
next.
have a bathtub.
Let's make a bathtub.
And that
But
is
still-
how this immediately became the sauna episode.
Well, I don't know if we can make a hot tub.
We'll join you though, Shackleton, to bury this fella.
Yeah. Again, do we have shovels, or would we have to have this person make one? Person, little nails.
Shovel.
I mean, we
No
did
need.
disembark with basic supplies. Would it be fair to assume that we have things like shovels, hammers?
Certainly, we have
Absolutely.
shovels. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just grab one.
I definitely have farming equipment in that sort with me as well.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I don't have farming equipment. I'll just borrow a shovel and I'll get to work.
I think shovel is one of the only things I didn't actually buy.
So while they're going to do that, I want to try to cast Augury and see if there is weal or woe to attempting to contact the Arc 2.
Sure. Can you let me check out Augury just to make sure that there's nothing fucking weird about it.
The big one here would be the time limit.
Yeah, it is a 30 minutes into the future kind of thing.
Sure, but that would still be accurate to knowing if it would be a bad idea to try to do that. I know it's not going to let you like able to tell yes or no. We can contact it. Just would making the trip be bad or good, or the
Okay,
attempt?
word your request specifically.
Weal or woe on attempting to go back for the attempt to contact the Arc 2.
Whoa.
You can't do or. I don't think. I think it needs to be a one question kind of deal.
Yeah, that's a whoa.
Oh, I thought you were saying woe
So-
like WOAH.
No, like bad results.
Yeah. Well,
Or
You
maybe
shake it
both.
up and it's bad results.
Yeah, cards come out and it's Death and the Tower, and I'm just like, all right, gentlemen. So, ladies as well.
thank you.
Lady,
This whole time, like, Zezek's been trying to hail the Arc 2 on the radio.
Yeah, I mean, specifically the question was it a good idea to go back to the boats to try to contact them? And that's what. But Zezek, you haven't been able to raise anything on the radio so far. It's just been dead air. You know the frequency, you know it's correct, you haven't found any. You're doing a run.
cats get the zoomies.
Just gets into me sometimes.
Damn. How did you do?
I was going over to walk next to Shaq and keep up with him, but then I realized he was still right here next to me, so I walked back.
Oh God, he's so small. I lost him. Oh, he's still here.
He does just disappear into the crowd sometimes.
I mean, that is halfling bullshit. Is literally just disappear by doing nothing.
Yep.
And
Well-
he probably does do that just accidentally.
While I don't always get the results that I wish, the results that I do get, I trust. And whatever beings up there may be watching say that it would be very bad for us to try to leave the camp to go back to contact the Arc 2.
And then perhaps we should camp
Well.
here for the night and try it again in the morning.
we've also left personnel back on the other boat.
Shouldn't we head back?
This is about everything. Oh,
Yeah.
like on the Arc 2, there's a lot of people, but
there's a
like
couple
on
thousand.
the three, on your
For the
three
Witches.
teams, this is everyone's accounted for.
This is
Oh,
all the
gotcha.
witches.
Oh, I thought like we left some people at the shore to start.
Right.
You did.
Like, I thought people left people behind.
You did, and they caught up. Like that was part of team.
Oh, okay, they're all here. Gotcha.
That's Evie. Evie and me are both in that group.
Yep.
I am gonna give Bones a pet on the hips, I guess, because that's what I can reach. Tell him I'll be just a moment, and then help Samo and Lodigan with the grave.
Sure.
Cool.
Where are we burying him? Over there?
Glenn will probably also help.
So as night falls, you guys have a little funeral, I suppose, for the falling officer. The next day, there's still no radio. What exactly was the plan with the boats?
I do think that we wanted to walk back and at least, I don't know, look at them and see if they could be either rebuilt or refueled somehow, or even reverse engineered in such a way that we could like potentially sail them out, do a loop, and come back if we don't spot the ship.
Yeah. It would take some time for sure.
Sure.
The ship is also out of sight, right? Out of visual range.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely out of visual range. Yeah.
6-hour trip, right, from the ship to the island.
Yeah.
Okay.
They should have been in radio range by now. So the next day, there's still no hide nor hair of them. You probably would be able to fix up the three boats. The idea for those is that they're essentially equipped with like missiles that shoot you onto shore.
Right.
So they're kind of meant to be disposable, but you could definitely kind of refurbish them. You'd have to repair the damage of where they hit the shore and kind of go from there.
We can use them at least.
If nothing else, we've got to I don't want to before we start making ships out of coconut and bamboo, we've got a serviceable hull there that we could potentially try to repair. We don't need to go full Gilligan on this thing.
Definitely.
If we ever do need a boat later.
So as you kind of work together to start shoring up, like getting a command center together and doing what you need to do with the boats and making sure that all your supplies are in one area. A day turns to 2. 2 days turn to 4, which turns to a week, which turns to 2. You've been here for some time, and there's been no sign of the Arc 2. They should have been here a long time ago. There are people kind of clamoring a little bit because you're sitting on all these materials, and they're thinking that you might need better defenses and a little bit better organization because it does seem like you're going to be here for some time.
Yeah.
Right. I imagine we started building on day 3.
Probably. I mean, for what you're about to do, yes, but
yeah.
So let me do a couple of things, and then I'm going to leave the exact decisions to these for later. Let me try to blank the stream for a second.
I was going to say, fair warning, you're on stream over there.
Yep. How do I not show that? There we go. Did that turn off on stream?
Yep, it did. Black screen.
All right, cool. Let me get signed. So while I'm doing this, you guys should decide on, you've decided on a group name, but you'll also want to decide on kind of like a faction name, as well as what your first little town's going to be.
By faction name, what is faction name? What faction?
Like for you guys, for your team. I guess it would be like your organization kind of deal, like your
Lighthouse.
Operation Lighthouse, yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Which I've temporarily named Cool World, but that's what.
Implying we make another town, we're naming this town.
Cool Town?
I'm going to find a stool and slowly climb up on it and slap Lodigan directly in the face.
Harder, Daddy.
I am also going to retroactively have that conversation with Shaq, but we'll come back to that after all this.
Yeah.
I would like to request that we put on names because my brain is fried.
Yeah, is name something that we could do in RP, like in the
Yeah.
Or just figure
Yeah.
it over the.
Yeah.
We have time in RP to do it.
So I'm going to link this sheet in the super secret chat there that we got. So I'm not going to go over the full mechanics. I've kind of talked a little bit about it. Some of you kind of know what you're looking at here, but to kind of explain what you got in this whole thing, you will be in charge of dealing with this colony, such as it is, finding new people, whether they be leftovers from the Arc 1 or discovering what happened to the Arc 2 or just other people that's been wandering around here. You'll eventually add them to your staff here and be able to send them out on different dispatches and such like that. This is where some of the chat can get in and send me NPC ideas, and they might get in or they might not. It just really depends on how much I like them and how cool they are. But just to kind of go through here, you'll assign yourself or other players to different leadership positions. But an important thing that you'll need to nominate now, and I'm going to let you cook on it while I keep talking, is an opinion leader. It has to be a player, and this is the person that I'm going to use as a point man or lady or person to go to and say, hey, I needed a final decision on this.
John.
I'll let you guys figure that out on your own. But there are some mechanical benefits to this here and there that I'll discuss at a time that is not 1 in the morning. I do have a list of your characters here, as well as a list of NPCs that are here. Rook's here. You got a couple of dogs. Each NPC also has different traits that are important to keep in mind with them, as they may interact with each other in surprising ways. But they can do different things, and will eventually be able to be sent out on different missions and such. So probably in a later stream, I'm going to go over the specifics of this little mini game here. But for now, you guys have 200 build points from this big chunk of Buxonite here. The help of your NPC buddies, nails, and a bunch of time. And on top of that, you'll have about a month of just doing stuff before stuff starts happening.
That's cool.
Love it.
So what I'm going to do here is let you guys kind of talk things out, talk some strategy, kind of off camera on what you want to do. Role play it out, maybe have some discussions about what happened here, and then kind of go from there. But welcome to Valiant Frontier and Pathfinder 2, and I hope everyone's enjoying it so far.
Hell
Yeah.
Title screen.
Title screen. And by
Boom.
that, I'm going to end the stream. Everyone on the stream, have a fantastic night, and we hope to see you next Friday at 7. Or not, I'm not a cop.
Goodbye.